For those that don't know me, I'm Emma Dodd. I'm a lecturer here at the Institute of Classical Studies. And it gives me enormous pleasure to be able to provide a very brief welcome and introductory note today for this workshop on behalf, of course, of the Institute and our director, Catherine Harlow, who is sadly unable to be here with us this morning, but mostly because I've watched the planning for this event unfold over the last 6 or so months, and it's been really, really exciting to see it all be pulled together. It's fairly obvious, I think, to point out, and as we can see on the screen, that this is a wonderfully collaborative initiative led in part by Manuel, Álvarez-Martí-Aguilar, who is here as our ICS Dorothy Tarrant Fellow, along with Enaiê and Jamille, who is also here with us today from our School of Advanced Studies Environmental Humanities Research Hub here at the University of London, all of whom have then been able to network in with incredible external collaborators, namely Jason and Andrea from the University of St Andrews Centre for Ancient Environmental Studies, and Stephanie Jones up the back somewhere there. She is in the middle, from the University of Southampton's Institute for Arts and Humanities. So it's been a fantastically collaborative initiative and undertaking. And together they've really generated what I think is also plain to see a stellar lineup of papers for this workshop today, and I'm sure it will provide an excellent foundation for discussion today and into the future. A brief note of context from me from the ICS side of things. This is the first year that we've given our visiting fellows here at the ICS, one of whom is Manuel, of course, the opportunity to convene an event as part of their fellowship. It's not simply a public lecture. We were hoping, of course, for something slightly more creative, perhaps more useful for their time spent here networking into the UK's research landscape. And I really need to emphasise how much Manuel has embraced this opportunity and ran with it. And I think this workshop speaks to the fruits of his and the other co-organisers' hard work putting it all together. We are especially grateful here at the ICS that Manuel came to this opportunity with such a collaborative spirit, and of course his research tied in particularly well with the work we're doing here at the Environmental Humanities Research Hub, but also with the work of external collaborative partners here in the UK, at St Andrews and Southampton. So I'm very grateful on behalf of the ICS to Manuel and the co-organisers for convening such a terrific collaborative event out of his fellowship here with us at the ICS. My own research as an archaeologist sees me personally extremely interested in this workshop, and I'm very excited to see what themes are explored today and what comes out of it. It's really heartening for me, from my own research perspective, to see these themes and connections being made between archaeology and ancient history and the environmental humanities, and really building some steady momentum. Today, of course, we're doing that through the lens of the blue, looking at seas and rivers, but I'm particularly interested to see how this ties in with the broader landscape of environmental humanities and archaeology. We have, in fact, just launched our own environmental archaeology summer school, which will be held for the first time this year at the site of Novi, where we're excavating in collaboration with our partners at Harvard and Toronto, and led jointly by the ICS here and the British School of Rome. And we're seeing enormous student interest in that. So I think this is testament, the workshop and whatever else is going on in this area, to the building momentum and increasing interest of this field. So all to say, I'm delighted to be here today, to welcome you all on what's, I think, an increasingly important, timely, and I hope a popular area of research and activity. And I very much look forward to following on along with the papers and listening to the discussions. Thank you all and welcome again. And I'll pass over now to Jamille.
Thank you so much, Jamille. Good morning, everyone. My name is Jamille Pinheiro, and I'm the co-director of the Environmental Humanities Research Hub. I would also like to extend our gratitude to ICS for this wonderful collaboration, and I'm very much looking forward to today's workshop. I want to thank Manuel for his incredible work, and also Emily, Catherine, Valerie, and Annie for her support, and acknowledge the work of our colleague Enaiê Azambuja, who just left SAS, but was the person involved in the initial stages of organizing this with Manuel. And many thanks to you all for coming and participating today. So the Environmental Humanities Research Hub here at the School of Advanced Studies is very pleased to co-host this workshop. Our mission is to advance environmental humanities research, fostering national and international connections and catalyzing knowledge dissemination. I invite you to follow our program of events. Tomorrow, for instance, we have a training session online on publishing in environmental humanities that starts at 2 p.m. So if you're curious, have a look at our website. You can register for that. And today's workshop is clearly aligned with our commitment to expanding transdisciplinary approaches in environmental humanities, and as it will give us an opportunity to become more familiar with the crossroads between ancient environmental history and the emerging field of blue humanities. So welcome everyone. These were just some very brief welcoming remarks, and I thank you once again for your participation. Manuel, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. As co-organizer of this workshop, I would like to begin with a word of welcome and thanks. Many thanks to the Institute of Classical Studies, the Environmental Humanities Research Hub, and the School of Advanced Study for University of London for facilitating the organization of this event. Thanks also, of course, to the ICS Director, Kathleen Harlow, to the School of Advanced Study Fellows in Environmental Humanities, Enaiê, Azambuja, and Jamille Pinheiro, as well, of course, and Doug for all their help and support and your kind words. Thank you so much. Also, thank you very much to Valerie, James, and Annie here for all their help. I would also like to express my gratitude to the co-organizers of this workshop, especially to Andrea from the Southampton, Jason König, from the Center for Ancient Environmental Studies at the University of St. Andrews. Thank you so much. And to Stephanie Jones from the Southampton Institute for Arts and Humanities. The generous collaboration of both institutions and their directors has made this event possible. I would also like to thank all the speakers for the excellent reception of the proposal and their generous participation and all the work that they provide on preparation of the topics and the scope of this event. And finally, many thanks also to all the attendees. I hope this will be an interesting and productive event, and thanks so much.
Jason König. I didn't want to, you've had enough gratitude probably already, so I won't add too much, but maybe I wanted to say is to thank Manuel, because really Manuel has been very generous in sharing out the credit for organising this, but this really was his idea, and he's driven a lot of these conversations. So thank you, Manuel, for putting it all together. It's been very easy to organise, to be honest, and we just thought it'd be nice to get together and have a chat about things we've been talking about, and it's great to be able to share that with all of you. We've got apologies from Giacomo Savani, who unfortunately is ill today. He's due to give the last paper. We have actually got Giacomo's paper and his amazing PowerPoint, so if we've got time, we might give you a little glimpse of that at the end, because I think it would be worth everyone's while to see that, but we'll see how that goes. These sessions are being recorded. I think that's already recording. We'll get it edited down, and I suspect what we'll be doing, we're recording most sessions, but not all. And I suspect we won't be including the questions in the discussion in the recordings. This will just be a recording of the papers themselves. The last thing we wanted to do, if we've got time, just actually, we thought it might be nice to go around and do some introductions in the room. I think the numbers are small enough to make that possible. Because we really do want to make this a conversation and to make sure this is open to all of you to join in. So, yeah, I wonder whether could we do that quickly and just maybe take 20, 30 seconds each to say hello and tell us a bit about what your interests are. So, Claire, would you be willing to start? So then we can come.
Yes, thank you very much. It's all very exciting. I really find myself in the classes. My name is Professor of 18th century history and culture at King's College London. I'm a Leaver Hume Major Research Fellowship, writing a book about underwater lives, humans, species, and oceans. And a little bit about underwater archaeology in the second chapter in the 1950s. So I hope to learn a lot.
Hi everyone, I'm Andrea Brock. You'll hear plenty about my research during my talk, but I'm an environmental archaeologist and lecturer at the University of St. Andrews, and I also co-direct with Jason the Center for Ancient Environmental Studies.
We're showing it now. Oh, so yeah, it's going to be good like that. That's yeah. My name's Daniel. I'm a research fellow at Trinity College, Cambridge, and I'm writing a book about the coast and imperial Greek literature. We can talk more about that later today.
I'm just I'm Jamille Bertrand, I'm PhD student, University of Bristol.
Hi, I'm Stephanie. I'm one of the directors of Institute for Arts and Humanities. Also, not used to being with crises and very excited to be here. I'm very much here to learn. My own work is on maritime wells in much later periods. So yeah.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Renee, and I'm a PhD student living funded in the English department at Southampton University. I suppose I'm also an outsider in that sense. I'm interested in prehistoric submerged landscapes and very contemporary literature, actually. Looking forward to all your talks.
Hi, I'm Annika. I'm a third-year undergraduate at Cambridge, and I'm writing my thesis on the shoreline in Homer next year, so I very much hope to be inspired by this workshop today.
I'm Roman Roth. I'm usually based at the University of Cape Town, and I'm here in May and June as the Eddie Trainer Fellow at the ICS. And I'm working on a book while I'm here on Roman imperial in the Mediterranean, so the sea is quite central.
Hi, I'm Peter Campbell. I'm a lecturer in archaeology at Cranfield University and an underwater archaeologist, so in the Tiber and the Nile and the sea and everywhere else. But today I'll be talking about contemporary philosophy and maritime archaeology based on a book that came out last year.
I'm Josephine Quinn. I teach ancient history at Oxford, and I'm a Mediterranean historian and just interested in these topics and a long-time collaborator with Manuel. So.
I'm Emily Leaburn. I work at the University of Nottingham. I'm interested particularly in Greek literature during the imperial period and representations of the sea and the world underneath the sea as well. I'm Federica Galenza. I'm a postdoc at the University of Hull. I am a maritime archaeologist, and in the last few years I've been working at the interconnections between archaeology and climate change. So right now I'm working for the Energy and Environment Institute at the University of Hull, looking at various aspects of flooding and other environmental impacts on material culture.
I'm Hannah. I'm also from the University of Hull with Katharina. I'm a historian, really, and mainly medieval and early modern, so can I learn some things today? But my research has been on flood histories, and then particularly kind of how we can use those histories to engage with communities today about climate change. And then Katharina and I are currently working together about the intersection between history and agriculture.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Jan, and I graduated from Edinburgh, University of Edinburgh, with a master's degree in classics. So I'm taking a gap year right now. I'm really interested in Greek tragedy, and as water is a very important concept in Chinese philosophy, I'm always trying to explore the possibility for comparative study.
Artemis, we're just doing some introductions.
Hi, I'm Artemis. I'm an independent scholar, and I'm working on a book on Aristides, and his relationship to
Great, thanks. We've got various other people signed up who might or might not drift in during the day. Should we just get straight into this? Got a nice old-fashioned handout here. It's just the text I want to talk about in the last 4 or 5 minutes. We've got some more. Yes, the handouts on the way. Great, okay. Okay, maybe I'll get straight into this because we don't want to get too far behind. So yeah, time is fairly short. We want to keeping these to fairly short, 20 minutes to answer, I think, 10 minutes questions. That's what we're aiming for. So I just wanted to start very briefly just by saying something about some of my ways into this topic, just to set the scene. 3 different contexts, really. First thing it says that I started thinking more and more about representations of landscape and environment through a project on the history and representation of mountains in classical antiquity, which I'll say more about in a moment. That's led me to a whole series of studies of other areas of representation of human-environment relations in the literatures of the Roman Empire. The conference Daniel organised a few years ago on terraqueous topographies in imperial Greek literature got me thinking about marine environments in particular. The second context for this is our work for the Centre of Ancient Environmental Studies in St Andrews, which I set up together with Andrea and our colleague Ruben a few years ago, designed to get more dialogue going between people who work in different areas of ancient environmental studies, scientific, archaeological, literary, historical, and so on and so on. And all of that has led me to think more and more about coastlines in the last few years, because we're on the coast and we have various colleagues in St Andrews who are interested in coastal history, as you'd expect. I also, however, got a third and more idiosyncratic starting point, which is the text you have in front of you. It's a set of comic fictional letters written in Greek, possibly in the 2nd or 3rd century CE, by an author called Álvarez. Book 1 is letters from fishermen, to portray of a marginalized coastal community in the Theocratian pastoral tradition, also heavily influenced by the new comedy of classical Athens. This is one of my very favorite texts surviving from the ancient world. I've been increasingly obsessed by it and puzzled by it. It has something to do with the experience of living by the sea now for the last 20 years or so in a small fishing town on the east coast of Scotland. I'll come back to this text very briefly towards the end of the talk. Just wanted to give you a little case study to measure up some of the broader framing questions that I aim to cover in these first 10 to 15 minutes. Okay, as we suggested in the conference abstract, there's been a lot of work on the sea and seashores in classics. For example, you might think about Mairê, or Marcel, among others. I've just put a few things on the bibliography there at the end. Also, more and more work on rivers. But I think it's quite striking, unless I'm missing something, that very little of that work makes a sustained attempt to engage with on research in the blue humanities and critical ocean studies, whatever you might choose to call it. And of course, that research increasingly looks to other areas of other kinds of water, apart from the sea as well. In other words, I think we've got an amazing opportunity to bring ancient evidence into dialogue with this very rich body of research coming out of the humanities and environmental humanities more broadly. But for whatever reason, classicism have not, I think, been doing that very much recently. If you've got some counterexamples, I'd love to know, I'm sure there are some out there. But anyway, one of the things we want to do today is to explore the challenges and the prospects involved in that process. I'll come back to that issue later to look at 1 or 2 possible approaches, but before I do that, I want to expand a bit on the first of the contexts I mentioned for my own work on this, which is an interest in mountains, because I think that can give us some useful parallels with what we're trying to do today. That project was not just about mountains in classical antiquity, it also had a big classical reception element designed to chart the neglected influence of ancient ways of thinking about landscape on modern responses to mountains and mountaineering. Things in the Mountain Dialogues book, which is in the bibliography. That was meant partly as a response to the still dominant narrative that we find in a lot of writing on mountain history, which envisages a watershed in European history around the middle of the 18th century. We're often told that before that date, people either felt indifferent towards mountains or else viewed them as ugly and terrifying places, and then in a very short period, everything changed. The development of mountaineering as a leisure pursuit, the emergence of new aesthetic categories like the picturesque and sublime. Of course, that's a massively oversimplified account, and classicists in the room in particular won't need me to tell you that. So one of our goals was to question that narrative. And one of the things we did in response was to build a network of people working on mountains in many different periods and places, in different disciplines. Really just trying to get some more dialogue going across those boundaries, also including non-academic partners in a range of different fields. Actually, I'm working with some colleagues at the moment to try and build a more extensive network and infrastructure for what we'll be calling the mountain humanities. Obviously, we're partly taking the blue humanities as a model for that. I also wonder whether there are ways in which that project can give a useful model for future developments in the blue humanities in turn. Most importantly, we're trying to make clear that one distinctive feature of the mountain humanities can be its long chronological scope, stretching from 21st century mountaineering narratives right back to classical antiquity and even further back to the Neolithic period, for example, as it's revealed through the archaeological evidence. And maybe there's scope too for the blue humanities, similarly to be even more ambitious about its chronological reach into the pre-modern past. Again, I suspect you won't need me to persuade you of that if you're here in the first place. One of the things I found very striking in reading more on water recently, in a way in which the blue humanities too tends to be dominated by a very similar kind of watershed narrative. The assumption that human interest in certain kinds of water depiction is really a romantic invention. So, for example, John Gillis, in one foundational piece on the blue humanities, has the following, also on the bibliography I'm quoting now from that piece. Before the 19th century, attitudes towards the oceans were more utilitarian than aesthetic. The sea was portrayed as dangerous and repellent, ugly and unfit for literary and artistic representation. The desire for an experience of untamed nature originated in the 18th century among a small group of European Easterns, whom the awesome power of the sea, as witnessed from the safety of the land, was a powerful emotional and mental stimulant. The terror and awe that religious folk had previously associated with the supernatural was now relocated to nature itself. That's very close, strikingly close to that standard narrative about mountain history that I mentioned before. I think Gillis may even be drawing on some of that work. His final point about the shifting responses to the supernatural and the divine onto perceptions of the sublime in the natural world very closely mirrors Marjorie Hope Nicholson's famous argument about mountain aesthetics in the 18th and 19th centuries in her very influential book from the 1950s, Mountain Gloom and Mountain Glory, which is also there in the bibliography. I wonder whether that kind of narrative has been one barrier in the blue humanities too, to getting more dialogue going between modern and pre-modern responses to the sea. That leads me then into one or two other points about how mountains and water compare as objects of analysis. So one of the things that interests me about the history of mountains in antiquity is the way in which it gives us access to more embodied ways of thinking about human interaction in landscape, moving beyond more detached ideal of landscape viewed from a position of neat detachment associated with these very Eurocentric ideas of the sublime as an object of aesthetic admiration or conquest, also associated with timelessness, vulnerability, permanence. We tend to think of mountains and the sea as invulnerable. They're not, obviously. In other words, thinking hard about mountains can help us to move beyond all of those images towards more hybrid, entangled notions of human identity. Not only that, but I think a lot of ancient writing about mountains is quite self-conscious about that tension. The tension between detached ways of thinking about landscape and embodied or immersive ways of thinking about human engagement with landscape. A lot of the texts I've looked at in that mountains project, I think, provoke us to reflect on the relative value of those different ways of understanding landscape in quite self-conscious ways. I made that argument at length in my Folds of Olympus book. Clearly that tension between different ways of viewing and experiencing is important for the way we understand the sea too. Detached appreciation, bodily immersion and entanglement. So I'm wondering whether that's another area where you look at mountain humanities and blue humanities side by side might be productive, might help us shed a new light on both. I don't have any very concrete suggestions about how you would actually do that. Okay, then the thing I want to focus on, especially now in the second half of this paper, is the possibility that both mountains and sea in antiquity also share certain patterns of representing human populations. Possibility that we can help to understand these patterns better. We bring them into dialogue with modern work from the blue humanities, also from modern mountain studies. Obviously, in the modern world, both mountains and seashores are environmentally precarious landscapes on the front line of climate change. Partly for that reason, both are also home to marginal, vulnerable human populations. I think we can infer certain parallels to classical antiquity. Clearly, the types of environmental vulnerability that affected mountain and coastal communities in antiquity were not directly equivalent to the ones we are facing now. Melting glaciers, rising sea level, hard to parallel those. But these were landscapes that must have required a high degree of resilience in the face of quite unstable, rapidly fluctuating environmental conditions, I think. One other thing they have in common is the way in which both coastal and mountain communities tend to be subject to negative patterns of representation, partly because of the traditions of environmental determinism that have such a powerful but often unacknowledged influence over 19th and 20th century colonial characterization of non-European populations. They don't map onto each other exactly. I think that's important to say. I think the link between regional character and climate is stronger for mountains than it is for coast in antiquity. I'm very pleased to debate that if anyone wants to. But so what I mean by that is that the idea of difficult mountain climates producing tough and uncivilized peoples is incredibly tenacious in ancient literature. It's there everywhere you look, over many, many centuries, and also in the post-classical world too. I think it's right to say that the connection between climate and character is not theorized quite so consistently for coastal riverine communities, but it is nevertheless very common to find portrayals of ancient ethnographic writing of peoples who live on the edges of water, on the coast, or even more often in marshy ground, where the usual separation between human culture or human bodies and the natural world is eroded in various ways. So it's a slightly different picture, but enough in common to make a worthwhile comparison. So then the next step might be to say that for both mountain and coastal communities in the ancient world, and also even into the 20th and 21st centuries, there's a challenge to look beyond those stereotypes and to recapture the way in which these populations may have been marginalized, exploited not just economically and politically, but also in conceptual representational terms in support of a powerfully hierarchical vision of the relative value of different human communities. One of the texts I've looked at to think through that effect is a text by an author called Chrysostom. It's Oration 7, his Euboean oration. The text portrays a mountain community in the Roman Empire on the island of Euboea, fighting against demonization and economic exploitation at the hands of a nearby urban population. The text is also very self-conscious and playful about the difficulty, even for the highly sympathetic narrator figure of the text, of representing that mountain community on its own terms without importing an urbanized viewpoint. I think all of that has quite intriguing points of contact with similar concerns in the field of post-colonial criticism about the environmental, economic, representational exploitation of marginalized mountain communities. So that then leads me into a question about whether we can see similar phenomena for ancient representations of coastal peoples. Here I'm coming back to Alcafré's text on the handout just for these last 5 minutes as a vehicle for exploring some possible answers to that question. Very little time for it now, but let me just pick out a few highlights from this text. Quickly bold. Sorry, there are handouts. Yeah, where are you? Sorry, you missed that. So yeah, first of all, I picked out a few points in bold, a few passages in bold that might just help to focus your engagement with that. First of all, strikingly, we've got an image of a stormy sea. It's a very stylized description, drawing on rhetorical, poetic techniques and emphatic description. This is detached, aesthetically inflected viewing. It immediately confronts us with the difficulty of getting beyond the artificial, urban, literary perspective in the text portrayal of this coastal place, coastal characters. That's exactly the problem I mentioned to Diet a moment ago. You can't be absolutely sure that this was the first letter in the collection, but it seems likely if I can go into the detail of that. A moment later, however, we switched abruptly into an image of economic vulnerability. The speaker says, "We fishermen couldn't work at all. We took refuge in the little huts along the shore, collecting the few wood chips recently left by the ship's carpenters from the oaks they'd cut down. With these we kindled a fire and relieved the bitterness of the freezing cold." Then we swing abruptly to a more positive view, a sudden change to better weather, an unexpected bounty of fish. Alciphron's text projects an image of the coastline as a place of perpetual flux. It's another standard theme in a lot of work on coastal representation in 20th, 21st century literature. In the world of Alciphron, but one, nothing is still, nothing is at rest. That environmental instability is insistently linked with a sense of human precarity. Alciphron's fishermen parallel the extreme changeability of the sea. They oscillate between elation and misery. As you can tell by now, I'm very interested by the possibility of bringing this work into dialogue with modern work on coastal communities. Clearly that exercise will throw up some major differences. Also, I think there are some intriguing similarities, quite some connections. Been inspired particularly by the reading I've done recently on the history of the sea and the coast and Caribbean cultures, which some people here know much about than I do. I love to think about this text side by side with the images of fishermen on the margins between sea and land in Derek Walcott's work. I've also found Elizabeth Delari's work. Delari, I'm not sure how she pronounces her name, but she knows. Okay. Thought somebody would know that. But, on the sea as a powerful frame for what we find in Alciphron. So one of the things she does for the Caribbean is to look behind idealized colonial images of human-environment relations to excavate a much more dysfunctional relationship which exposes the vulnerability and exploitation of the human populations that inhabit these coastal spaces. I found several Opperman's work helpful along similar lines. I think it's hard to find anything at all in ancient literature that looks like an acknowledgement of the environmental vulnerability of the sea or its exposure to damage. It's maybe worth saying that right from the start. It's an important part of what modern researchers working in the field of critical ocean studies are interested in. Maybe that we just have to acknowledge that this is an area where ancient literature can't help us. Looking to the past just shows us how odd and extreme our current situation is. Once again, if anyone has a counterexample to that, from ancient literature in particular, rather than from other kinds of evidence, I'd be really interested to know. But what we do find, I think, which is anyway half of what those modern scholars are interested in, is at least occasional glimpses of the vulnerability of coastal communities, breaking through the illusion of a harmonious relationship between humans and environment on the marine edges of the Mediterranean. I think those issues can help to unlock, for me, some of the reasons why Alciphron's neglected texts have the capacity to speak to us powerfully in the present, because it draws attention to some of these same phenomena, especially the idealized quality of standard portrayals of coastlines and coastal communities. To be more specific, I think this text is parodying or subverting the portrayal of coastlines in rhetorical city praise traditions. For example, in works like Elias Aristides' Panathinaikos, work in praise of the city of Athens, basically, where the sea and the coastline of Attica are part of the glory of the city of Athens and its territory, with a harmonious intertwining between urban centre and rural periphery. In Alciphron's letters, the society of the fishermen here is linked with the urban centre, but it's linked with that centre in quite dysfunctional, economically exploitative ways, in contrast with Aristides' much more positive version of that relationship. So first of all, we see the fishermen relying for warmth on the wood chips left behind by the ship's carpenters. They're reduced to living from the dregs of other people's productive economic activity. It gives us a vision of the seashore as a place of Anthropocene debris that I think has many parallels in contemporary eco-critical writing, even if it's less common or at least differently inflected for the ancient and modern Mediterranean as a non-tidal sea. I'm interested in the difference, what difference it makes to be, whether you can use models developed for tidal seas or a sea that isn't tidal. It's something we could come back to later. We then see the arrival of the fish buyers, who relieve the fishermen of their catch, in this case leaving enough for their families, but with the implication that that's a rare exception. Letter 2 over the page, I haven't got time for that now, but just to say that that offers a more pessimistic version of that same vision. Fishermen supplying the rich city dwellers and suffering in the process. And then the other 30 or so comic letters in this collection extend that portrayal in similar ways. This is a landscape of environmental vulnerability, economic marginality. We get a glimpse of the complex systems of distribution and profit-making that Annalisa Marzano, among others, have charted at length in her book Harvesting the Sea, details that are usually concealed beneath the idealizing screen of conventional literary images of the sea. Finally, it's striking that the fishermen's subjection to environmental and economic stresses are often equated with each other. The text draws attention every so often to the way in which oppression and exploitation of low-status human populations is equivalent to exploitation of the environment. It's, of course, a common theme in post-colonial approaches to issues of environmental justice. So in 1.2, second letter here, the speaker makes it clear that the extraction of vast quantities of fish from the sea also involves deprivation and exploitation of himself and his fellow workers, whose alienation from the landscapes they inhabit is signaled by their lack of opportunity to eat any of the seafood they catch. Their suffering exposure to the environment, scorched by the fierce heat, goes hand in hand with an image of the violence they themselves direct against the sea itself, scraping away at the depths of the torchlight. But in a sense, maybe I'm contradicting myself there and suggesting that perhaps we do find, after all, at least occasional exceptions to the dominant ancient image of the sea as a landscape that's invulnerable to environmental damage. Okay, my time is up. I'm going to have to draw to a close there. I'm not going to offer a long conclusion, but just to reiterate, first of all, I'd suggest it might be productive to think about the mountain humanities and the blue humanities together, see the opportunities for cross-fertilization between them. And then I've looked at Alcifra in order to raise some questions about how we can use work at the post-colonial end of the spectrum of the blue humanities, open up new perspectives on ancient portrayals of coastal communities. Those images do every so often give us glimpses of suffering and exploitation. At the same time, they also repeatedly draw attention to the difficulty of escaping from urban literary conventions and stereotypes in our encounters with low-status coastal communities. Thank you very much.
We've probably got 5 minutes for questions, so if people have questions, please let me know. Yeah, actually, I said really many, obviously lots of points of contact that was come up in my paper later. So, but on the point about examples of ancient literature dealing with the kind of vulnerability of the sea itself, I mean, I think a really strikingly sort of similar one to what you brought up in Upwards and Dionysius of Byzantium, right? So he's explaining why the Sapphire Sea and Lake Mairê are kind of swampy and bad for fishing, right? He says it's because Heracles went up and fished all the fish out of the sea and brought the silt up from there, and now that kind of seascape is permanently damaged or something. Right? So we thought that's an example of the idea of a kind of, if not anthropogenetic kind of damage of the sea, then at least a kind of theogenetic damage.
Okay, so I still don't know Dionysius as well as I should. I mean, I suppose that then raises the question about whether this implies a kind of environmental sensibility in Dionysius' writing, or maybe you tend to, if it doesn't, that doesn't matter. And the point is that we can use that as a resource for thinking about, we can take that image as a resource that we can use for our own purposes in thinking about this. But yeah, thanks. And I'm sure there are plenty of other counterexamples out there. I'd love to know. Love to know what they are.
Other questions in the last few minutes?
So I thank you very much, Jason. It's a very thought-provoking talk. I'm wondering whether there's an appreciable difference in ancient thinking between people who live beside the sea and people who live in or on the sea. Whether those two communities are sort of mixed together in that way that the human bodies and the nature mix with the water.
Yeah, that's an interesting question. I mean, obviously you've got a strand of ancient thinking where living by the sea is a high status thing to do, as in the modern world. Most of the world's great cities are by the sea. I mean, whether that will be the case in 200 years' time or not, that is the other water probably here included. But and yet we used to think about coastal communities as economically marginalised and depressed places too. So there's it probably. I mean, I was struggling to pin down exactly how all of that environmental determinist writing thinks about seas and other kinds of water. And I think what I'm seeing more and more is that actually a lot of the best examples we have for us, populations that have a kind of immersive relationship, are actually inland examples, rivers, marshy populations. You think about, there's images of the Nile in, north of like Achilles Tatius has that, or there's some stuff I think in Herodian in his portrayal of the Britons who live not just close to marshes, They seem to like wading through marshes. They don't seem to mind whether they're actually immersed in water or whether they're separate from it or not. And I don't know whether we do see that for the seashore quite so much. I mean, it's very striking in this Archaeological text that this is not a text that gives us access to a vision of kind of erosion of the boundaries between human and more than human matter. These fishermen are imitating a kind of elite ways of presenting themselves. They're separate from the sea, but they value that separateness very highly. So it seems to be marshes that erode that boundary more. So that's a rather rambling set of reflections, but yeah, I'd be interested to chase that up more. Yeah, thank you.
We are essentially bang on time, so shall we forge ahead?
Yeah, and let's keep moving on to time. Yeah, absolutely. Great.
All right, thank you very much, Jason. Moving on now to our next speaker, Manuel himself. We're all well familiar with now, but while Manuel gets his PowerPoint up and running, I can entertain you all with a few brief biographical words. Manuel is of course from the University of Malaga, but he's also here at the ICS, as you know, as one of our visiting fellows. He has worked especially on Phoenician communities in the Iberian Peninsula, of course, but also the impact of earthquakes and tsunamis in antiquity, including, I believe, a very recent book on this subject. And I'm sure that is exactly what we will hear more about today. So, Manuel, whenever you're ready, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Well, thank you, Jamille. My talk is entitled Troubled Seas and Humanities, dealing with aggressive waters in the ancient world and beyond, and is prepared within the framework of the project that I presented to get the Dorothy Tarrant Fellow of the ICS that I'm so privileged to hold. I would like to begin by discussing with you several images, several scenes from different historical contexts in which the sea is depicted as an aggressive entity through the action of destructive storms, flood tides, or tsunamis. These scenes also show a series of human reactions to the sea after the impact of these events, perceived as aggressions. These images unfold in very different geographical, cultural, and chronological horizons, from the flagellation of the Hellespont by Xerxes in 480 BC to the so-called miracle of König during the tsunami of 1755. The first of these scenes is quite well known. Herodotus recounts the reaction of the Persian king Xerxes when he learned that a storm had destroyed the pontoon bridge that had been built to allow his army to cross the Hellespont on its way to Greece. When Xerxes heard of this, says Herodotus, he was very angry and commanded that the Hellespont be whipped with 300 lashes and a pair of fetters be thrown into the sea. Herodotus even heard that Xerxes sent branders with them to brand the Hellespont. In turn, he commanded his servants to utter these outlandish and presumptuous words while whipping the water. Bitter water, our master thus punishes you, because you did him wrong, though he have done you none. Xerxes, the king, will pass over you, whether you want it or not. In accordance with justice, no one offers you sacrifice, for you are a turbid and briny river. This passage is one of the clearest indications that some ancient peoples conceived of seas and rivers are sentient entities. The physical punishment that Xerxes inflicts on the Hellespont unfolds within the perception of these waters as an entity that can be subjugated and punished, capable of feeling pain and humiliation. I also find the communication with the sea remarkable. The words of Xerxes servants are as important as the physical functionary in dealing with these troubled waters. Since the late 19th century, it has been suggested that this scene may reflect the performance of a ritual practice aimed at appeasing the waters. And I agree. I am convinced that the fetters mentioned in this passage, as perhaps many other objects of this same semantic field, are to be found at the bottom of the Hellespont. In any case, in my talk, I will try to show how this way of conceiving water as a sentient being is also identified with specific nuances in other moments and geographies of the ancient world and beyond. I propose that we move to a very different context, that of the European Atlantic coast in the Iron Age. In the classical tradition, there is a collection of references which, between disbelief and derision, record the Celtic and Germanic custom of fighting against the waves. The earliest evidence comes from Aristotle's discussions of the nature of fear and courage. The philosopher uses an expression common in his time based on the image of the irrational recklessness of the Celts who were wont to take arms and march against the waves. The struggle, full of skepticism, refers to another account, possibly written by Posidonius, according to which the Cimbri took up arms against the flood tides. In his various histories, the alien also discusses the courage and recklessness of the Celts. Among other examples, he refers to their struggle against the sea and its floods. Many, says Alien, also oppose themselves to inundations of the sea. There are also who, taking their arms, fall upon the waves and resist their force with naked swords and brandishing their lances as if able to terrify or wound them. But the most detailed account of the custom of fighting the sea appears in Philo of Alexandria's treatise on dreams, referring to the case of the Germans. The Germans, says Philo, when the flood time comes there, try eagerly to repel its onsets, brandishing their unsheathed swords and running like a hostile band to meet the oncoming waves. Philo adds that these Germans think that the water, like a living creature, can be speared, wounded, killed, or again can feel pain and fear, or in its terror at the attack, run away, and in fact feel all the sensations of the living soul, both pleasurable and painful. This passage contains, to my knowledge, the richest description of ancient people's conception of the sea as a sentient, living entity. According to this account, the Germans perceived the ocean as an aggressive and transgressive entity. The defense against this aggression is also based on the logic of conflict and confrontation, in the belief that an armed attack on the sea will keep it at bay. Despite the stereotypes that, without a doubt, these accounts contain, it is more than likely that they reflect the existence of practices, ritual practices, aimed at controlling the Atlantic Ocean and its sometimes violent floods. These practices seem to have involved real battles against the ocean, brandishing swords and spears to fend off or anticipate its aggression. The next case I would like to present is the scene contained in the biography of Saint Hilarion, written by Jerome at the end of the 4th century. It describes how the saint detained the famous tsunami of 365 on the beach of the city of Epidaurus. But first, I must present the context in which this account is placed namely that of the representation of the sea in cosmogonic and cosmological terms in the biblical account. As you all know, it's not only the creation ex nihilo of the elements of the universe, but rather the separation of pre-existing cosmic elements that underlies the creation narrative in the book of Genesis. This separation is shown in Genesis 1, where the waters under the sky are gathered into one place to allow the dry land to appear. This image is developed further in several books of the Hebrew Bible through scenes of Yahweh pushing back the waters, uncovering the dry land, and establishing an impassable boundary for the waters once they are gathered and contained. This process is paradigmatically described in Psalm 104. Firstly, the psalmist describes how the Creator covered the earth with the deep as with a garment, and how the waters stood above the mountains. Then God makes the waters flee at his rebuke and at the sound of his thunder. The waters run up and down over mountains and valleys to the place that God has appointed for them. The psalmist concludes, referring to God and the waters, "You set a boundary that they might not pass, so that they might not again cover the earth." Here too, the sea is conceived as a sentient being, in this case, terrified and fleeing from Yahweh's rebuke and thunder. The containment of the sea by a cosmic boundary completes this stage of the creation of the universe. The same image is found in John 38. God himself explains how he confined the sea after its burst, how he shut it in with bars and doors, and prescribed bounds for it. The passage is closed by the powerful command of Yahweh, "Thus far shall you come, and no farther, and here shall your proud waves be stopped." The similarity of the underlying symbolic elements in this image to those in the passage of the flagellation of the Hellespont seem to me quite remarkable. Here too, the sea is presented as a sentient entity with expansive and somehow chaotic tendencies, dominated and confined, in this case with bars and doors and prescribed bounds. Again, the words of power and domination over the sea are of paramount importance. These depictions of the sea in the biblical account have been used for centuries to generate narratives following the impact of catastrophic sea floods and, in particular, tsunamis. A case in point is the best-known tsunami of antiquity, caused by the earthquake of AD 365, which affected a large area of the eastern Mediterranean. The earthquake originated somewhere between Crete and the Peloponnese, and the majority of the damage it caused was due to the seismic sea wave that devastated coastal settlements in the Peloponnese, Sicily, and Egypt. There is a considerable number of historical accounts of the event. One of these is found in the biography of Saint Hilarion, written by Jerome around 390. Jerome tells how Hilarion detained the tsunami that threatened to destroy the city of Epirus on the Croatian coast. According to Jerome, when the people saw the roaring waves dashing on the shore, they made their way to the old man, and as if preparing for a battle, placed him on the shore. After making the sign of the cross 3 times on the sand, he faced the sea and stretched out his hands, and no one would believe to what a height the swelling sea stood like a wall before him. It roared for a long time as if indignant at the barrier, then little by little sank to its level. Once again, the sea is represented as a chaotic and roaring entity with transgressive tendencies. Once again, the image and logic of battle are used to represent the defense against the ocean, which in this case involves the restoration, re-establishment of the cosmic boundary imposed by Yahweh on the waters at the beginning of creation. I would like to explore the continuity of this apocryphal narrative metaphor over time, considering the religious responses that took place in the city of Cali, southwest Spain, many centuries later. After the tsunami that occurred on the 1st of November 1755, All Saints' Day, triggered by the famous Lisbon earthquake. Shortly after the disaster, a tradition began in Cadiz about a miracle that took place during the cataclysm. According to this legend, the waves were miraculously held back by the intercession of the Virgin of the Palm, as can be seen in this painting. It is said that when the tsunami hit Cadiz and the waves were coming through the city, the crowd sought help from some priests in the chapel of the Virgin of the Palm. The priest took a crucifix, while the chaplain took the banner of the Virgin and headed towards the waves. According to tradition, recorded some decades later, the miracle took place when they met the incoming waves. The chaplain faced the roaring waters and plunging the banner of the Virgin into the earth, he uttered these words, "This far, mother, and no more." And the waves, as if moved by a mysterious hand, uttered a long groan, and humiliated in their arrogance, they retreated, pushing and tearing at each other in a wild confusion. Once again, the legend presents the sea as a sentient being. Its chaotic thread is halted by the intercession of divine power, in this case, the Virgin of Palm. The sea expresses its frustration by uttering a long groan, as on the beach of Epidaurus in 365, in front of Saint Hilarion, and is forced to retreat. Here too, the scene is recreated using images from the biblical narrative, obviously, particularly that of Job 38. This painting was placed on the very spot where supposedly the miracle took place and the waves receded in La Palma Street. Every year, on the 1st of November, the anniversary of the disaster, the Brotherhood of the Virgin of the Palm holds a procession that stops at the place where the miracle took place and then goes to the seafront where the tsunami broke through the old walls of the city of Cadiz. Here you can see another image of the ritual where the priest presents the crucifix to the water, the same one that supposedly was used during the miracle. I took this picture 3 years ago, 2021 in Cadiz. This ritual, performed today, has projected into time a narrative based on the establishment by the intercession of the divinity of a cosmic boundary to the sea, a boundary that the sea cannot or should not pass. The scenes that I've been discussing in my presentation prompt reflection on the conceptual and theoretical framework of this workshop, specifically that of the intersection of ancient environmental history and blue humanities. These are 3 ideas on which I would like to raise some remarks. The first consideration is that these scenes serve to illustrate the quality of the sea as a hyperobject, as our colleague Peter Campbell explained in a recent paper following Timothy Morton's definition. Hyperobjects stretch our ideas of time and space, since they far outlast most human timescales, or they are massively distributed in terrestrial space and so are unavailable to immediate experience. The identification of common interconnected logics in the representation and practices of human community, coastal human communities facing the sea in its chaotic and destructive dimension, in such different geographies and cultural horizons from the 5th century BC to the present, provides compelling evidence that, as Peter Campbell argues, the sea is a real entity and actor with agency, which simultaneously operates on multiple scales. In the conceptual and theoretical framework of the blue humanities, these scenes can be understood as evidence of the agency of the sea as generator of cultural representation and representations and practices in human communities. Furthermore, they can also be understood as evidence of the agency of the sea in producing its own stories and narratives. Alternatively, the scenes I've discussed show the other side of the question of attributing agency to the sea. As many authors, including Peter, have observed, it is evident that Mediterranean cultures regarded the sea as an entity possessing agency. This alternative conceptualization of the agency of the sea prompts me to consider the potential afforded by the novel approach to wet matter exposed by the blue humanities for my own research on the responses of coastal communities in southern Iberia following the impact of high energy marine events. The blue humanities, as proposed by Serpil Opperman in her work published last year, advocate understanding the sea as a living agency and invite us to think with water, following the argument of the volume published by Chen, McLeod, and Neyman in 2013. According to Opperman, thinking with water means recognizing seas, river, lakes, and all water bodies as living beings with innate rights. At the same time, thinking with water enables us to envision water as a living narrative agency with stories of its own and its own needs, which is the core claim of material eco-criticism. Historical and geographical, geoarchaeological research devoted to the study of extreme events of marine origin and their impact over time on coastal communities, such as those of the Gulf of Cadiz, where I work, can benefit from this conceptual shift. It can be argued that over time, these coastal communities have truly thought with the sea. Becoming familiar with this way of relating to the sea as a living entity against which one sometimes has to fight in order to respond to its transgressions invites a reinterpretation of the archaeological record. This is what I propose, for example, in a recent paper devoted to revising the meaning of a series of Phoenician bronze figurines found underwater in Cadiz, whose chronology coincides with that of high-energy marine event, perhaps a tsunami that occurred in the area in the mid-1st millennium BC. These underwater finds, like many others, have often been interpreted as the cargo of sunken ships or as votive offerings of thanksgiving at the end of long voyages. Instead, they can be interpreted as the material embodiment of the sometimes antagonistic relationship between human agency and the more than human agency of the ocean. The capacity that Serpil Opperman ascribes to the sea as an entity capable of generating metaphors, telling stories, and producing narratives is not only intellectually attractive, it could also be a useful approach for examining the archaeological, historical, and anthropological record with fresh eyes to recover the untold stories of the sea. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Manuel. Again, we have about 5 minutes for questions. So any burning questions that people have for Manuel? Kiss.
Yeah. I want to start this by saying I'm an early modern historian, but you knew that because you invited me to speak. So apologies for my ignorance about ancient history. But it really struck me in your talk because I'm really used to this language of violence of the sea in my research about flooding in early modern Hull. It's a really common linguistic trope in archival records of the time to talk about the violence of the Humber, kind of, the overthrowing due to the violence of the sea. And that's the boundary in that case is very much kind of physical boundary. They're talking about infrastructure, so banks and levees, seawalls, things like that. And the violence is, to do with the breaking down of that literal wall. And there is kind of military language in there, and also in terms of technology, a lot of the kind of technology that they use for flood defences in this period is military. So anyway, I was really interested with what you were saying about that kind of longer history of maintaining the boundary and the separation, and also the kind of military overtones. So I guess it's just partly an observation on that, but also maybe a question for you about, have you thought about that long history, slightly longer history of the separation between land and sea, and how maybe as, societies start to be able to build literal barriers between themselves and the sea, how that maybe shapes the way in which the sea as a body is able to, shape humanity and yeah, I guess that's a big question.
Well, thank you. No, but it's such an interesting question, and yes, I think a lot about that issue. So I'm sure that these communities, they build physical barriers against the sea, but this construction of physical walls and physical barriers were linked to rituals and practices based on the logic of a cosmic barrier. And it's quite, for me, it's not only longer kind of history, but history that can be analyzed in many different geographical and cultural scopes. I'm thinking also in the sea walls that in Japan, they made after the last tsunami. So I'm fascinated about this topic, and I will think more about it. Yeah. But also, as you will say, the logic and battle of confrontation, the use of a military logic and military language, all of this is put into that effort that must be like a very global effort, physical barrier, symbolic, ritual, religious, and you name it, all intended to try to stop what's unstoppable.
Thank you, that was really, really interesting.
Thank you.
I wanted to go back to your Cadiz example. It may be just a question of the translation, but I was interested in when you had the image of the Virgin Mary, I think, repelling the sea, and that used the language of motherhood. This far mother and no more. So is that addressing the sea as a mother? Is that placing the two mothers against one another? Is that the, what is going on with that image? Is this a generative image?
It's appealing to the Virgin, to the mother, to make the sea stop there.
Right, so it's not addressing the sea as mother.
No,
it's sort of
no.
Okay.
It's appealing, probably it's a problem of translation. But it's clearly based on Job 38.
Yeah.
But in this case, it's a bit twisted in order to ask the Virgin to make the waves stop exactly there.
Well, this might connect to this question, but I'm curious about, this is something I'm thinking a lot about as well, like the difference between agency and sentience. How you and eco-critical scholars in general parse that difference. It's a difficult one for me.
Well, that's a question. Yeah. Yeah. The sea and the water bodies, through the literal evidence, as I've shown, I think it's clear that it's understood as a sentient entity. Agency, I've tried to show the at least two possible ways of understanding it. Agency, as in the new materialism philosophy proposed, the sea and the water like as an hyper object that can have its own, it's endowed with the capacity of telling its own stories. But in this case, I focus more on the perception of ancient communities, thinking that the water or the sea have agency, have intention, which is not, intention is not in the idea of agency as the sea, as the water as an hyper-object. I think it's related, yeah, for the mentality, for the representations of ancient communities of its link. The water is a sentient being, and it's having agency, and an aggressive agency. A bit, it's like, I would say, let me put it that way, like a bit like an animal, rational. Sometimes it gets mad. And it's quite interesting because the sources about this miracle also say that the sea is mad because of the earthquake. The earthquake made the sea unsettle and trigger its chaotic creation. So it's not that it's a kind of diffuse agency. I don't know.
Thank you very much. It's very interesting. My question may be kind of minute, but it also feels huge. I have trouble knowing when to use oceans plural. So I'm really interested in the kind of singularity and plurality that's happening through the papers in terms of the sea is singular, but the waves and the waters are plural. So in terms of a being, there seems to be some sort of grammatical. I just wanted to comment on that.
No, but I would say very I would think about it deeply.
Okay, I'm not going to do long introductions, partly because I want to introduce myself earlier anyway, but so Emily is at University of Nottingham. She works very broadly on late antique and imperial epic poetry. She's written, among other things, a brilliant book called Oppian's Halieutica, and kind of epic of fishing, great epic of fishing from the ancient world. And she has a project also on the submarine in not sort of submarine vehicles, but submarine world in antiquity. I guess we may be hearing about. Anyway, what do you want?
Thank you very much, and thank you very much also for the invitation to speak here. It's such a delight to be here with people with such a range of interests intersecting in what I think is a really fruitful area. So today I will actually be talking about the poem on fishing that Jason mentioned, and I'm taking my cue in thinking about this version of the blue humanities from Steve Menstoff, credited as sort of inventing the term and popularising and exploring it. So in his view, the blue humanities aims both to describe the complex workings of water and also imagining ways to change our relationship to it. So I want to think about both of those really, but more the former about kind of ways in which in the ancient world and in one epoch in particular, the relationship with water was imagined. So I'll be looking at a poem on sea fishing and thinking about three things that this does in terms of exploring the human, the nature of the human itself, kind of human capacity and human limitation. Secondly, thinking about the world beyond the human, so life at sea, how we can best understand that, what are our sort of cognitive capacities to understand this world, which is accessible to us only in part. And then thirdly, briefly, a rare moment of caution in this poem, where we hear about the dangers of exploiting marine resources. So this is the poem on sea fishing written in Greek. It's an epic poem insofar as it's in the hexameters. It adheres to an epic tradition that plays around with the idea of epic in its connection with water, in particular, sort of epic journeys and things like that. But also epic traditions of thinking about the relationship between humans and non-humans as well. It is, however, a didactic epic, and I think that's important. So it aims to teach you about the world of the sea. So it is about fish and fishing, but it teaches you partly ways in which you might be able to yourself identify or catch a fish. But as often with ancient literature, it's very hard actually to do that based on the information that you find in this poem. It's more of an imaginative sketching out of the world of the sea in all its different permutations. Nevertheless, there's a sense that we can learn something from the sea. We can learn about the workings of the sea and the workings of the creatures that live within the sea by really exploring this area. And I think that's really important, that that's a fundamental part of what this poet is doing and urging his readers to do. It's on both fish and fishing, again, something that you get in ancient didactic literature, both the sort of theoretical interest in a particular area, but also practical way of how you might do that. But I think both of those are really important. So we get, in this poem, an interest both in how sea creatures inhabit this realm, what their world might look like, how they interact with one another and with their habitat, but also ways in which that has changed when you add the kind of human to that equation, particularly when humans are looking to catch fish for food. So it's 5 books long, really quite a substantial book. And it's dedicated to Marcus Aurelius and Commodus. And I think that too is important. There's a way in which this is a poem that explores this space as a place that is both within and beyond the contemporary Roman Empire. It's a space that is used to think through power relations, how those work, the structures that pertain between different species, but also between human beings and the species they set out to catch. But also the kind of the imaginative sphere of the sea as a place that is technically and ideologically within the remit of the emperor's realm. And we know this, of course, part of Roman propaganda, the idea of being in charge of both the land and the sea, but in all sorts of ways is shown not to respond to imperial control or not to operate by the same rules of sort of behaviour and so on that are said, however much we want to believe that, but are said to characterise the human sphere. It's also composed in the late 2nd century CE, and I think that's important because it's a period where people were really thinking through the relationship between humans and non-humans in all sorts of spheres. So I think you get that with natural history writing, with novels, and with all kinds of other areas as well. So I think that is important to bear in mind. So I want to start by looking at the beginning of the poem, which talks about the communities of the sea. It's right at the beginning. So the opening word of the poem is ethne, the communities or tribes of the sea, and the brigades of sea creatures are described to the emperor. All the creatures that live in their surging stream, where each one dwells, their watery marriages and births, their lives, enmities, friendships, and stratagems, and the versatile contrivances of the crafty art of fishing.
all the things that men have devised against unfathomable fish. Men sail over the obscure sea with daring hearts, they've looked down on its invisible depths, and they've measured the dimensions of the sea with their crafts, marvelous beings, or however you want to translate that. And I think there are a few things that are kind of interesting in this representation of the sea and the sea creatures. One of those is the idea that it is almost a provocative application of human vocabulary to the world of the creatures that inhabit the sea. So we start off with ethno, they are phalanges, they're kind of almost military in formation, their hostility to one another. They also have marriages. So damos is a very, very loaded word to use of animals, particularly what we might think of as instinctive forms of reproduction, many of which look very far from the human in all sorts of ways. But the poet systematically throughout the poem shows us that actually these are creatures that behave according to patterns that are very, very familiar from our own human environment. And that goes for things like it talks about suitors or husbands and wives, marriages, desire, love, bonds of cooperation and friendship and things like that, as well as bonds of sort of various other kinds of relationship. And enmities as well, warfare, strategies, sort of besieging, armies on the march and so on. It's a really comprehensive application of human terminology to non-human modes of being. And I think that has sometimes been dismissed as a mere poeticism. As, you know, this is what an epic poet will do. They'll just sort of have a layer of this kind of fancy vocabulary, which is meant to be funny because of the disjunction between these creatures and the form in which it's written. And I think fundamentally that isn't the case. I think this is really a challenge to the poet's audience to think through what it might mean to attribute a higher level of sort of cognitive function or an interest in those social relations to animals that are not normally thought of primarily in that way. And I think we do have a tendency even now to think of fish as more divorced from these kinds of emotional states than other kinds of creatures. The number of people I speak to who will eat fish but not meat for reasons that are precisely because fish seem a bit more distant from us, or we can't imagine them being sad. And things like that. You don't normally frame it in that way, but that's part, I think, an implicit part of the thinking. Plutarch talks about this as well in a dialogue about whether land animals or sea animals are cleverer. And he says, well, actually, we treat the creature of the sea rather differently. They're less used to being in contact with us, they seem less like us, but actually when you pause, you can see all kinds of ways in which they are very similar, or operating with similar kinds of motivations to our own. And I think this is something that, as I say, in the imperial period, that was being really kind of carefully thought through in all sorts of ways. And the poet does this partly by using this vocabulary that's normally reserved for the human. So he uses vocabulary of affective relations that, for instance, Aristotle doesn't, and tries to describe it in much more sort of neutral terminology. And I think, again, this relates to things like modern debates over what vocabulary is best to use to describe the relationships between animals. This is something that, primatologists, for instance, talk a lot about. To what degree should we keep certain kinds of ways of describing behaviour to the human sphere? To what degree is that actually restricting our understanding of what is going on between non-human animals? So I think it's one of the things that we can think about with this poetry. Another is that question of how much of the sea we know and can understand. So men sail over the obscure sea with daring hearts, they've looked down on its depths, they've measured the dimensions of the sea. And this is something that recurs throughout the poem, is this sense that when you're dealing with the sea, you're dealing with the kind of limitations of human knowledge. And this is something that in the Blue Humanities people have been thinking about quite a lot as well, the kind of sheer vastness of the sea. What Steve meant again is called a kind of poetics of the planetary water, the sort of the scaling really being in a completely different kind of dimension when you're dealing with oceans, that sense of the smallness of humankind, but also the vulnerability that we feel when being in an element that we cannot survive in, at least for very long. So The poem again brings this up, this question of the fact that we cannot imagine that we as human beings are invincible when we're at sea because it is such a perilous endeavour. There's this constant kind of confrontation with the possibility of drowning, of shipwreck, of sea monsters or sort of large predatory creatures, but also simply of the difficulty for human beings of understanding this body of water that is indistinguishable in all sorts of ways. Again, something that in the Blue Humanities critics have been thinking about is that sort of structural opposition that we work with between the kind of the dry and the structured and the wet, and the ways in which it resists our sort of immediate, kind of more familiar versions of what structure looks like. So the poet talks about humans being kind of slaves to the storm winds, again inverting that sense of hierarchy. This is the poem that plays around with these questions of are humans in control or are they at the mercy of other forces, other agencies, and see as a real agency as well in this poem. And I think, again, coming back to what Manuel was saying earlier, there's almost a religious quality to this idea of trespassing into the sort of sanctuaries of the deep. And we'll come back to that a little bit later with the idea of pollution as well. But there is a strong sense there that this is something that really has almost a divine quality to it. So that the poet picks up on this and says, we have these myriad kinds of creatures, but humans don't know them. They only know up to a kind of finite, limited sort of depth of the sea. And it's only the kind of the gods who can really understand fully what is happening. Nevertheless, he's going to try. And this is partly part of the epic tradition, is that acknowledgement of mortal limitation. But it's partly also, I think, a problem in that, in the modern world, we are very, acutely conscious of the depletion of things that were once thought to be infinite. Or sort of endless, and that's something that I don't think we see very much of in the ancient materials, certainly that I work with, is that consciousness of the limited stock, the finitude of this. There's a lot of vocabulary, a lot of discussion of the infinite nature of the sea. And I'm thinking particularly of Edith Hall's work on kind of ecological readings of epic as being very obsessed with the idea of infinity as a way of sort of thinking about sort of scale and scope and things like that. So here is one small example of the way in which the poem, I think, also makes us think differently about technology. So he said not submarines earlier in terms of submarine imagination, but I'm giving you here just a very brief example of the nautilus, which is a creature which in Greek means sailor. And this is a species that the poet is using really, I think, to challenge that idea of the relationship between human and non-human. It's again a creature where Oppian talks about the ways in which we name or make sense of what happens with non-human species and the ways in which they sail. This is something that many ancient authors thought about, and indeed had it kind of exercised an outsized role in later imaginations of the world beneath the sea as well. So Oppian says that the fish sails just like someone experienced in sailing. This is actually not how they move towards a misunderstanding, but the idea is that they have kind of feet upwards and they've got a sort of sail, and the wind sort of blows them along. He says also whenever it fears that there is danger, it goes downwards underneath the water. And I think that's a really important sense that there are different ways of navigating the sea. So one of those is on the surface and one is that vertical axis. And it's really primarily the horizontal axis that human beings, particularly in this period, think of as navigating the sea, but there is an acute consciousness of the limitations of being able to go downwards into the sea in the way that sea creatures can. So he says, who was it that first invented ships? surely they must have seen this creature and imitated them. And I think that's really interesting in terms of thinking, well, we may assume that we have a kind of a superiority to these sea creatures in having this technological ability to kind of master the sea, and that's part of ancient origin narratives, so Plato's Pythagoras and things like that, the idea that humans invent modes that we think of as civilization or technology to compensate for what we can't do naturally, in a sense. But I think the idea that this human technology takes its inspiration from these creatures themselves is an important one to kind of think about at some level. And that too had quite a long afterlife in the idea of Nautilus as a proto-submarine, or as the inspiration for later submarines. So there were the first practical submarine was named the Nautilus, and then again that many later sort of vessels that are designed to kind of explore the world under the surface of the sea to get access to what might be going on in this mysterious realm. They take inspiration from the Nautilus. So my thesis then really is that Oppien is very interested in understanding the world of these creatures, their sort of inner lives and their motivations. He gives us different perspectives on how we can do that. So he's shown us human beings who can look down over the surface but can't access the depths. He gives us imaginative reconstructions of what fish might feel, even at certain points what they might say to each other, how they might interact with each other. There's a wonderful speech that an eel gives to an octopus where the octopus is trying to hide, but the eel says, I don't think you've escaped me, I know, I can see you there, and sort of drags it out. But that in a way is an attempt to kind of conjure with this question of, what would it look like to be able to sort of understand how these fish relate to each other. We also get the perspective of human beings on the shoreline who look out at the dangers of the sea, particularly when an enormous sort of corpse of a whale or a sea monster is dragged onto land. And there's a sort of a landlubber figure who says, I never ever want to go out to sea if that's what's in there. And that's something that there's a sort of comedy to it, but it also reflects the very real fears that people have all the way through the poem of what might happen if you do go out into the sea. You simply cannot tell what is approaching you. That's part of that limitation of being able to see what's around you or know what is around you. And in fact, the poem ends with the experience of sponge divers who do go down into the sea, and what it's like for them, the terror they feel, that sense of competition, almost with the element itself, with the water, and the fact that many of those are in fact eaten or sort of devoured by these monstrous creatures and come up sort of torn in two. So that was just the poem again, thinking about the relationship between humans and animals. So I think we do throughout the poem then, both in the vocabulary that's used and also in the ways that the poem kind of structures its interest. So it highlights the relationship between humans and animals, their parallels in terms of mating practices, the marriages we saw, the way that the places they live, the intelligence, but also the greed, the desire, the decisions that they make based on these sort of instincts. And there's a way in which it's things like hostility, greed and sexual desire that bring humans and non-human animals closest together. And I think the poem is really exploiting that in its structure. And I think that is really important, that sense that there is a kind of a fundamental similarity between humans and non-humans. That I think allows the poet then to consider quite carefully how we treat these creatures. So there are a couple of moments in the poem. So the poem as a whole is very happy with the idea that humans do catch fish. Sometimes, that seems to be a relatively benign form of relationship as it's portrayed. Sometimes it is horrifying. And I just want to end by looking at the description of the poisoning of the sea, which the poet says is completely unconscionable as a form of engagement with this spear. So he says that the fisherman smears the poison, the hateful unguent, and pollutes the sea. And I think that language is really very strong there. The idea that, ek miano, so sort of really thoroughly, kind of completely the ek prefix, kind of polluting this whole area. And he describes the kind of the rushing and leaping and panting, the form of lamentation that strikes the fish when they are poisoned, the pain that they feel, and the callous behaviour of the fishermen who almost rejoice in their agonies, that sense of the disjunction between the pain that these fish feel and the kind of economic prosperity that it will bring the fishermen themselves. And I think this is one of the few moments where the poet inveighs against this as a fishing practice. And I think that is actually fundamentally linked to the ways in which he's interested in understanding the experience of fish. So he draws an extended comparison with the idea of a siege warfare where people poison the wells of their enemies and the kind of immoral activity. So I think actually what we get here is a kind of combination of this idea that if you establish some form of empathy with these creatures, that will in turn affect the ways in which we treat them, the kind of practices that we deem ethical or unethical. And it reminds me a little bit of David Foster Wallace's essay, Consider the Lobster, which kind of draws exactly that kind of link. You know, the activities that you are prepared to do kind of depend very much on the degree of sort of capacity that you see and the creatures that you are harming or eating or fishing. So just to sum up then, I think this is a poem that encourages us to think about human capacities and limitations. It's an investigation of both how humans and the creatures that live in the sea kind of relate to this ecosystem and this environment. It explores different perspectives on this question, encourages us, I think, to try to understand the lives of these creatures. And I think particularly in moments like this, or in some of the other episodes as well, encourages us to draw a link between that kind of form of empathy and the action, the ways in which we do relate in quite practical terms to the non-human species around us.
Only time for questions.
Hi, it's just amazing. And I was really struck by the translation. And I was wondering if you could talk a little more about that in terms of some of the things that you were saying about tone. So you were saying it's not whimsical, it's not, characterising fish marriages. This isn't a joke, it's not comedy, it's not irony, it's not whimsy. But then at other points it is.
Yeah.
Just what do you think?
Yeah. So I think it has got quite, it's an interesting question, and it's very difficult trying to translate. I mean, some of them were lightly adapted from the Lair, which is very kind of archaizing, but actually grappling with the translation is a really, really difficult question sometimes, because it is so, I mean, anthropomorphic is probably the wrong word to use. I think it is deliberately saying, okay, well, what if we imagine these fish do actually have a form of love for one another? I think, yeah, you're right that the tone is very varied. So the example I mentioned before with the eel and the octopus, I think that is one of the more comic moments, partly because you are imagining this creature speaking, and partly also because eels were associated with comedy as well. And I think there is something going on there with the eel in particular. But otherwise, there were kind of constant parallels being drawn with human behaviour as well. I think that mean that even if you might smile to imagine some of the, particularly the more outrageous forms of behaviour that we see from these creatures, and the poet kind of delights in these almost paradoxographical interest in the strange things that sea creatures do. But actually, there's a moment where that is used, that kind of fascination with these is used then to think about quite seriously about similarities between humans and non-humans in all sorts of ways. So yeah, that's a good question.
So is it called double entendre? Is that the joke? Sorry, is that my mind?
So, well, I think there's a tradition of thinking about eels. Well, they're partly kind of associated with luxury. They're partly associated. So you get a lot of fish in old comedy as well. But I think that's just in this poem, we never hear about what happens to these creatures once they're caught. It's completely divorced from the economic side of things or from the kind of social implications of who buys these fish, and that sort of gap between the lower status fishermen and the kind of the idea of that fish being associated with kind of luxury products in certain cases. and there were kind of accounts, particularly of the limits of anthropomorphism in the ancient world. So kind of Roman figures. So one of the Crassuses who had jewelry he kept for his pet lamprey, and the fact that he mourned this creature more than he mourned his own family members when it died. So that sense of what would that even look like to kind of imagine a very human version of an eel.
Yeah.
Thanks so much. I just wondered about what you said about kind of writers of this period being particularly interested in exploring the limits or exploring liability, and whether you'd come across any reason why that might be. Just because I'm working on Lucian's seagull dialogues, and I've come across a kind of similar sense of the vertical axis of relation. I just wondered if you speculated.
Yeah, well, I think there are different ways of answering that. One might be kind of philosophical discussions of the relationship between humans and non-humans. There's a bit of pushback, I think, against Stoic ideas that animals are irrational and therefore that humans have no ethical contract with them, because you cannot make a sort of contract with an irrational being at some level. And so people like Plutarch is sort of pushing back quite strongly against that. You get things a little bit later with Porphyry and others. I think the other way of thinking about it also is with the kind of interest in the boundaries of the Roman Empire, or these kind of fringes, or these other worlds that are kind of within the Roman imperial domain, and really kind of exploring what life might look like in those. And I think the kind of animal world, particularly the sea, but I think you get it with animals more widely, is part of that. But certainly Elian as well, in his writings, is grappling with both of those issues, both that question of Roman control and also philosophical debates about the relationship between human and non-human animals.
I was just taken with that moment at the end when of the last passage with the poison, where I guess poison that's mingling with the waves, and when you mentioned that you don't really get to see what happens with fish when they're actually extracted from the sea. If part of the, I mean, you mentioned the the language of Gamos, whatever else is being a point of entry into this very different world, but that kind of sticking with the environment and just staying inside of this alternative world, and as also being a way of empathizing, because you're there for so long, which you don't get that really elsewhere. So that, and just like that. I mean, I think just thinking about poison. That obviously we know that when you poison the air, we still are suffering from that. But there it's so literal.
I think so, and I think yes, you're right with this sort of question of the sort of this immersion in the sea makes a difference. You're again with the fact that there are no boundaries and no barriers. When you poison it, it spreads, and you can't control the degree to which it spreads into the kind of wider environment. You're doing something without any sense of that kind of longer term consequence. And the poet is very sort of says that's entirely the wrong thing to do. So there is a kind of ecological consciousness there, I guess. And it's interesting that the focus isn't that you're poisoning the very creatures that you want to eat. It's about the sea and about the kind of purity of water being poisoned by something, hence the kind of parallel with the well. It is, I mean, thinking also when Jason was talking about his different versions of seeing things, that kind of immersion versus sort of elevation there, that you get this sense that the fishermen really are getting down into the very environment of these fish, and that is part of it, and that sort of immersive nature, that is why poison is quite such a bad thing at this point.
Did people actually fish like that? Doesn't sound very promising, but...
No, I think they did actually. I mean, again, people have done quite a lot of research. I mean, partly comparative research into some of the fishing methods that I mentioned here. I think it is mentioned a few times. Maybe not very often, which is why it kind of comes into criticism. But I think there is some evidence. Would you talk about it?
Okay, I think probably we should move on. Thanks, Andrea, very much. Real quick, one moment. Okay. Great. It's a great pleasure to introduce Peter as our next speaker. Peter is a lecturer in cultural heritage under threat at Cranfield University. I was just reading on the train yesterday his fantastic volume edited with Sarah Rich. It's called Contemporary Philosophy for Maritime Archaeology, Flat Ontologies, Oceanic Thought, and the Anthropocene. In particular, really enjoying Peter's amazing essay in that on octopuses, the way in which octopuses inhabit and repurpose archaeological sites and archaeological objects. It's an amazing thing to read if you haven't read it. We're looking forward to hearing more today. Peter, object-oriented ontology, pelagic being in the Anthropocene, the role of archaeology in the Greek humanities.
Thank you very much. Thank you all, and it's a pleasure to be here. I appreciate the invitation. Yes, I'm going to touch on a lot of things that have already been discussed, and I hope that I say something new. But I'm going to present on a bit of contemporary philosophy. I hope that we're just going to cover it in the simplest terms. I hope everybody leaves here today with a sense of the potential. You know, I think this is one of those rooms where I think 10 years from now, there's going to be a bunch of people who either said they were here or say they wish they were here, because these are really important, interesting discussions, and the ideas being discussed are very important. So as Manuel discussed, water is good for thinking. There are lots of really exciting, interesting discourses that have been developing over the last 20 years. So you have Steinberg and Peters and their wet ontology. They're geographers, but they're trying to think of an oceanic model that better describes the complexity in life. Then you have Blue Humanities by Steve Mintz as one of the person who coined the term and also has been pushing it forward, who advocates for deterritorialization through oceanic approaches. Both of these paradigms have been critical in contemporary thought, but I'm going to try and push this a bit further in this lecture today into the potential of where it can go. And we're going to do that by discussing object-oriented ontology. That is a mouthful. That is something that a lot of people instantly, whenever they hear kind of philosophical terms, just say, no, thank you. I don't want to have to think about that. But maritime archaeology in particular has had a lot of engagement with it recently through my colleague Sarah Rich, through the philosopher Graham Harman, who's one of the founders of Triple O, Matt Edgeworth, who's a terrestrial archaeologist but works a lot with rivers. And so we're going to just go through the basics of object-oriented ontology, and I promise it's not as scary as it sounds. So we're just going to kind of go through very briefly a few of these things because we don't have that much time, but I'm going to try and point to the value of contemporary philosophy to archaeology and also oceanic thought. And specifically what I'm going to advocate for is an object-oriented ecology. So rethinking being in oceanic terms to conceptualize our experience within vast ecological objects. And so a lot of this is going to touch on what Manuel was discussing before. So when I say object, it's a philosophical term. Now it's complicated for archaeologists because we work with a lot of objects. I know not everybody here are archaeologists, but I am one. And so when you hear object, just think entity. So it can be anything. It can be the earth. Harman describes the Dutch East India Company as an object. It was not just the wood that composed the ships or the people that composed the company. It was an entity that stretched across time and space. So an object is any sort of entity. And then we're going to discuss agency. So we're going to reject Cartesian dualisms. So these are the idea that there is, in gendered terms, befitting Descartes and Immanuel Kant, man and nature, and they are separate, divorced from each other. And 50% of existence is within the human mind, and 50% of existence exists externally. These are what we mean by Cartesian dualisms. It's a very anthropocentric method of looking at the world because our mind occupies 50% of all existence. And so when you hear the term flat ontologies, maybe I shouldn't have gone to my laptop. Sorry, folks. Put this back in. This is all running.
Yeah.
Turn it off. Display on. Oh yeah. Seems like that. Warming up. When we look at contemporary philosophy, it's what they call flat ontologies because all things exist equally. There aren't some things that exist within the human mind and then everything else that exists outside. So when you look at philosophy until recently, it's what they call idealism because a lot of it is mediated through the human mind. We interpret it, therefore it exists. So if a tree falls in the forest and no one was there to see it, did it fall? Well, contemporary philosophy says, yes, there was a tree and it fell. Whereas philosophy, before contemporary philosophy, would say no because everything's mediated through the human mind.
It would be nice to get out because it was lovely.
Yeah. Says display starting
Is anyone good at this kind of thing? I'm completely useless at this, so I can't really.
Oh,
All right, put the waves back on. I just got back from field work last night. This is what our field work looked like. We're looking for shipwrecks, and obviously we could actually go in the sea because there was endless storms in Sicily. Okay, so we're just going to look at ecological objects and their impact on human cultures, that's the gist of it. So when you hear object, think entity. When you hear contemporary philosophy, think a realist philosophy where everything has agency and all objects have agency, not just because a human thinks that it exists. Everything exists equally. And the framework that we're going to examine this through are tide pools. Tide pools are incredible. If you've never taken a chance to look at them, you really should. They're caught between these two massive, or three massive objects, the ocean, the atmosphere, and the land. And they're jostled around, spun around. They kind of absorb all these impacts by waves. They're among the most biodiverse ecosystems on the planet. And they exist caught within this kind of vortex of forces. And so within the margin of these limitless forces of the wind and the waves, they counterintuitively thrive. And this recalls Darwin and his explanation for complexity with natural selection. He talks about this entangled bank where there's all this complexity interacting with each other, and this is his kind of key metaphor for trying to convey complexity. And so the tide pool is our entangled bank. And this term that I really want to introduce you to is hyperobjects, and we've heard a bit about it earlier. It's an aspect of object-oriented ontology, so it's part of contemporary philosophy, and it was first proposed by Timothy Morton. These are objects that are vast in geographical scale and temporal scale. So think like the Big Bang or the Everglades. Now they're not infinite, they have a finitude, so they do last, but they last beyond human lifetime. So it's really hard for us to see and experience because they're so much larger than us ourselves. And the thing that is important about them is that they have all objects have a dual nature. So the real nature of them is withdrawn and we can't see them. But their essential characteristics are evident. So we cannot see all that is the sun. But if we go outside, as I often get, and get sunburned, I get very sunburned, I can feel its central characteristics. So we can never know all of what the sun is, but we do experience its central characteristics. And that's a bit abstract, but it'll become more clear and evident as we move on. Now, does anyone know what this is? Obviously, this is a television that has static. What is static? Does anyone know? The cause of static? In a different universe, there might be no static. But in ours, it is the gravity waves from the Big Bang. So passing through us right now are the gravity waves from the Big Bang, and we cannot perceive them. But if you turn on an old television, you can see the evidence of the Big Bang. So the Big Bang seems like it's far in the past, right? It's the origin of time. But it's moving through us right now, and it will exist into the future. And so this is an example of a hyperobject, right? So the Big Bang is so large and in the past, but it also is now and in the future, and it composes everything. So the event of the bang is in the past, but it is still spreading through us right now. That's what a hyperobject is. Okay, and so I argue in an article that the sea is a hyperobject. It is vast. There's been a lot of people who have focused on human interpretations of the sea, maritime cultural landscapes, but the sea is much more than just what's mediated for the human mind. It's existing as an actor on such a large scale that exists beyond kind of how individual sailors would conceive of navigation and movement. And these interactions are caused by this hyperobject ocean interacting with the land and the atmosphere. And their essential characteristics, so the wind interacting, creating the waves, are interacting with each other. This is important for archaeology and for human cultures because navigation is the tension between all of these forces. So Victor Hugo was exiled to the Channel Islands and wrote one of his lesser books, but is incredibly important for describing the sea. He beautifully captures the sea. And he says, the sea, in conjunction with the wind, is a composite of forces. A ship is a composite of mechanisms. The sea's forces are mechanisms of infinite power. The ship's mechanisms are forces of limited power. Between these two, and I would say objects here, one inexhaustible, the other intelligent, takes place the combat that is called navigation. Right? And so this is the key thing that I'm going to get at here, is that these hyperobjects exist, and humans exist within them. But we are not dependent upon them. So this is not environmental determinism. It's post-determinism. Because there is this second notion as well. And so this is my other example of a hyperobject that relates to human culture, is the atmosphere. And so we don't often think about it as an ocean, just as fish don't really think about water, because we exist within it and on a surface below it. But Johan Nomark and several others have looked at the atmosphere as a hyperfact. So it exists independent of culture, but we can manipulate it and use it and make use of it in different ways. And if you look at atmospheric agency, it's just like the ocean. It's dense, it's dynamic, it's erosive and corrosive, but also sustains life. So it's a second ocean, it's just less dense. And because we exist within it, we may not think of it as an ocean. There's a wonderful school of philosophy and archaeology that's developed in Scandinavia and in Norway, and Tora Putrestadie is part of it. And she started theorizing just by looking at driftwood on beaches. And has come up with this wonderful theory of drift. It looks at the tensions between nature and culture and kind of the complexity and mixture of what is pollution, what is a resource within the Anthropocene, and uses the tide line as a means to understand culture in the past, but also the Anthropocene and human impact on culture. It's really interesting because in Norse mythology that life begins from driftwood on a beach. Which brings me back to tide pools. Because if a single line can be drawn between hyperobjects, such as the land, the sea, and the atmosphere, it would be the tide line. This is where all of these central characteristics of these hyperobjects interact into this incredibly dynamic line. And so when I coined the term object-oriented ecology, the reason is because ecosystems thrive where ecological objects interact, just like Darwin's tangled bank, just like the tide line. And it's no mistake that life first evolved in the seas, and then tide pools are where they emerge onto land. So the tide pool is a great example of the interaction of ecological objects of vast scale and how they impact life, including human culture. Now, it's not all hyperobjects. There's some recent publications on shipwreck ecology. So Natalie Pearson published this terrific article using contemporary philosophy last year. And then Avery Paxton and I, as well as a few others, published this book on understanding the processes from microbes to megafauna impacting shipwrecks on the seafloor. The importance of both of these articles is that objects, so not hyperobjects, but human objects, such as shipwrecks, can impact ecosystems. So when you think of objects, don't think of nature, like a reified nature that has no impact, no feedback or input from humans. Instead, think about a bunch of multivariate interactions that are occurring at all times across all objects. So human objects can certainly impact ecological objects in the same way that they impact our own. Now, how does this fit with archaeology and the past? Well, we've poorly defined the nature and finitude of vast ecological objects. Often we just refer to nature in this reified form, that is this massive thing that has agency, when in fact it's composed of lots of different distinct entities that compose it, such as the atmosphere, such as the sea, as well as things of a much smaller scale and finitude. And so Karl Harper argued that the Romans had no idea of the contingent and parlous environmental foundations of what they had built, right? So the Romans were existing without awareness of the environmental underpinnings in which they lived. And you can also see this with the experience of sea level change in paleo landscapes. So 18,000 years ago, at the last glacial maxima, sea levels began to rise until around 5,000 years ago when they reached roughly the levels of today. All of those people living in the coastal margin would not have had cognizance of the massive environmental changes that were occurring and why they were occurring, right? Eustatic sea level change was not something that people in the Paleolithic and Mesolithic were aware of. And so we exist within these vast ecological objects unaware of how they're impacting us. And so archaeology contributes to our understanding of the past, but also of being and our existence within these vast ecological objects. And I think that's somewhere where archaeology can really make a contribution, not just in philosophy, but also in climate change research, understanding and recognizing the context of these vast objects. And so to bring into this, you know, I think I'm going to skip this. If anybody wants to discuss this further, we can, but I realize I'm running out of time. But I'll just say that the ocean is vast, and we are surface creatures. We live and colonize surfaces, whether it's the surface of land, surface of the sea, or the seabed surface. The vast majority of the ocean is pelagic. It exists without surfaces. Most of the species or many of the species are pelagic. They exist without surfaces. And so wet ontologies and blue humanities, again, are focused on surfaces, but it's the sea's surface rather than the land surface. If we really want to shift paradigms, we want to think pelagically. Our existence within these vast ecological objects is pelagic. If you think about the Big Bang, we exist within it, not on its surface. And so shifting thinking to kind of the true nature of the sea is kind of going below the surface and existing within these surfaceless spaces. And so today there's another hyperobject that's impacting. So it's not just the tide line. We're now existing on the margin of global warming. And so this is a massive hyperobject that Timothy Morton actually coined the term hyperobject based on global warming to try and conceive of this vast entity that exists far longer than human lifetimes and has lots of material outputs and impacts. And so now we all have to live and address this kind of massive object that is global warming. And so the question I would like to ask, and I don't really have a good answer for, is, how does our existence compare to the tide pools? These tide pools are incredibly dynamic and adaptable, and I fear that we are not as adaptable. And you look at a lot of collapse of cultures and societies, and they failed the tide pool test. They were confronted with objects of different types, as well as ecological objects, and they were not as adaptable as the tide pools. So I think there's great scope for research looking at these vast ecological objects, and there's a book that I'll plug on the next slide that's coming out next year that's trying to contextualize these vast ecological objects, whether it's the sea or the Tiber or Melteme. All of these big ecological objects that have an impact on human lives, but it's not determinism. They have an impact, but we also have an impact. So all of these are individual agents. You look at things like the impacts on the Tiber to prevent flooding, these sorts of things. Humans are pushing back against these objects, not always successfully, but they are. And so that's where I see kind of great scope for research and moving things forward, is using contemporary philosophy to better understand the environmental context through objects rather than a reified nature. So I will end there in order to leave some time for questions if there are any. But I'll just say, one of the big questions that we all have as humans living today, as well as for those of us who study the past, is, where are the tide lines of the past, and can we survive the tide line of the Anthropocene? Will we adapt like the tide pools to be able to survive this new hyperobject that's exerting downward pressure on us in lots of different ways? It's so vast in scope, we can't see it except for its certain outputs. And so there's a new edited volume that's coming out next year, Object-Oriented Ecology, that examines all these vast ecological objects, from the sea to rivers, to large long-term weather events. There's somebody writing a chapter on Rapa Nui, Easter Island, and the Pacific. It seems like there's a cycle of every 600 years. There's large-scale climate change events regionally that has impacted the culture on a cycle over and over and over, which is kind of very clear in the archaeological record. And so we exist within these objects. They're so vast, they last longer than our lifetimes, but they impact us in ways that we can't always perceive or see. So that's it from me. I hope there's a little bit of time for questions, perhaps.
Thanks, Peter, not least for the mesmerising PowerPoint. Top prize for PowerPoint so far. Questions?
Yeah, also amazing PowerPoints. I don't think I'm going to like PowerPoints anymore now. Just leave it. I was wondering, Peter, you just quickly mentioned that you just came back from field work, and I'm wondering how does the theory you're discussing here, does it sort of shape or inform, does it change your experience of doing actual field work?
I'm not sure that it shapes the field work, but it's informed by field work. So whenever we're working at sea, we're always reading the water. We're trying to understand. So, we'll see katabatic winds coming down and disturbing the water over there. We'll see straits that are bubbling up with currents over here. We can try and predict where the shipwrecks will be. We had really stormy weather one day on this. We were on a little island called Ustica off of Palermo. It's a big volcanic rock, and the winds just come right around it, no matter which way the winds are coming from. But there's one part where it's just the winds met, it just kind of passed over an area, and there was slack water, so calm water, despite gale force winds. We just knew that if a ship was driven and wrecked on the island, it would be pushed into this slack water, and that's where it would sink, and it would go down and come off the flora. So, you know, we're always reading the water and understanding the environment and that sort of thing, and that sort of respect for the powerful forces of the sea and the atmosphere and everything certainly informs this approach.
Yeah.
Well, you didn't really have time to touch on this, but I just wanted to ask you what you actually meant with pelagic being. Because I was very interested by what you said in your final slide about the vast objects that we can't perceive because of our pelagic being, and how that differs, or is in a sense the same as the phasmatology that we talked about in the start of the talk.
Yeah, so I'll give you kind of two examples to try and illustrate kind of pelagic being. So the tides are the interaction between the moon and the sea, right? This is an incredibly, it's so everyday that we don't think about it, but the moon is interacting with the sea on an hourly basis, right? That's kind of crazy. And it's due to the gravity and the nature of water. And so the amount of water in the ocean is so vast that the moon is interacting with it. So we see the surfaces, either the surface of the ocean and the seafloor surface, but we miss all of that water, that immense mass of water that's in between these surfaces. And all of that mass is what's interacting with the moon. So we see, 1% of the ocean, and we're so focused, because we're surface beings, we're so focused on just these two surfaces, right? Like sailing and boating, and then diving, and that sort of stuff, missing everything else. But, pelagic being, there's all these species who live, and they're shaped through evolution in this space in which they live their entire lives without a surface. They just float free, just surrounded by water and nothing else. And so that's pelagic being, is this kind of surfaceless existence. And I forgot what my second example was. Yeah, that's the essence.
Go ahead.
That's really fascinating, and I really like however, I'm just wondering how you reconcile that with what in fact, often when people put titles, they see these microcosms that get bigger and bigger once you look big. I just remember starting. And also the boundary and as a result, the example bank is both symbolic of universal forces, but it's also a kind of miniature. So I just wondered if you could say a little bit about how the enormous scales that you're working with form that miniaturization, but also enlarges.
Yes, that's a great question. And that's one of the key aspects of hyperobjects, is that they're at the same time distant and nearby. So it's both the macrocosm and the microcosm. And so Morton, when describing global warming, for example, he says it's so big, right? It's global in scale, it affects our entire planet. And really, we can't see things like the warming temperatures. Half a degree, we're never going to feel. We're not going to, take off a jacket because of change in half a degree, but it affects everything. So we only see it in the big scale through instrumentation, but we feel the localized effects. So things like the hole in the ozone layer causing increased cases of sunburn, and these sorts of things. And so he calls it sticky. He calls hyperobjects sticky. They're at once so immense that they're global in scale, or some of them are global in scale, but also localized. They impact us in certain ways in a very, so we can never leave them. They're sticky in that they're never gone. We exist within them. So as far as the tide pools, yes, they're a microcosm, but also macrocosm. So they exist locally, but the species and everything else can be spread over huge distances.
Andrea, yeah.
Thank you, Peter. That was fantastic. And if I could
I was really struck by one of your final questions about the tide pools of history. And so I'd love to just kind of turn that around on you and kind of see some examples you have where archaeology can really help us to see those tide pools of history. I'd love any examples that might come to you.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great question, and it's something that I haven't kind of pursued very far. But, I think when you look at regional climate change, these sorts of climatic events, warm periods, cold periods, these sorts of things, that's where you have kind of a climate hyperobject that is impacting cultures in unexpected ways. And I know that there's been a lot of critiques of Harper, and kind of people have taken him to task for various things, but I think, in broad strokes, the things that he raises with changes in the late Roman and early medieval period and these sorts of things, that's one of those tide lines where people don't know what's changing, but they can see over the long array that things were not the way that they were for their culture a couple centuries before, a century before, a generation before. And that's one of those kind of tide lines. There's something acting that's much larger than humans that's impacting.
Okay, I think we better move on. There'll be time for more talk over tea in half an hour. Thank you, Katie. Great. Okay, it's a great pleasure to introduce Daniel for our final paper before we break. Daniel is based in Cambridge. He has just started about 3 days ago research fellowship at Trinity College, Cambridge. Daniel works very widely on imperial, Greek, and also late antique texts, prose texts in particular, and has written, among other things, on the Pericles genre in antiquity, the genre of accounts of journeys along shorelines, and really, I think, has shown it's another one of these neglected maritime genres, I guess. Daniel's work is really showing why that genre matters and why we should read it more. So anyway, all yours, Daniel.
Excellent. Thanks, Jason, and thank you all for being here, and Manuel for inviting me to speak. It's been really wonderful today. I'm really looking forward to discussing all the ideas that have come up in the roundtable later today. So just to orient you all before I begin, I'm really kind of taking Manuel at his word here that these should be sort of amorphous reflections rather than kind of formal papers. So really what I want to offer you is a kind of reflection in two halves. I'm going to spend the first 10 minutes or so thinking about the kind of current state of the blue humanities, and in particular the ways in which the coast, sort of picking up on what Jason was talking about this morning, features or kind of doesn't feature in its critical calculus. I then want to turn for the remainder of my time to one particular text, the Pericles of Hano, which Jason mentioned a bit before, to explore just one way in which the coast, as kind of distinct from other forms of purely liquid bodies with which the blue humanities concerns itself, could be activated or explored in antiquity. I should also just quickly say that I've given you a really kind of long handout for a really short talk. The passage is really just kind of food for thought. I promise I'll keep to time so we can all make it to the coffee break. Okay, so the blue humanities as a kind of loosely cohesive intellectual and critical tradition is at one level, I think, a reactionary discourse, right? Because rhetoric is so often about liberation from the pervasive terracentricity of earlier epochs and the reorientation of our angle of vision away from land in the direction of the watery world and the many and varied ways in which humans and non-humans interact with it. But it's also quite often a corrective discourse, right, in line with some of the better trajectories of eco-critical thought that tries to identify that which is erroneous and distorted in existing conceptions and representations of the aquatic, and then to propose better ways of thinking about, and very importantly, with liquid landscapes. So arguably the most pervasive example of such a reorientation is the kind of emergent emphasis on bodies of water as constituted by liquidity, fluidity, malleability, elusiveness, and opacity. Right, that is as fundamentally anathema in their elemental configurations to the stability, firmness, and fixity of their terrestrial outlines. Philip Steinberg's Other Seas, which you'll find at number 1 on the handout, is in my view one of the clearest examples of this hermeneutic shift in action. So Steinberg situates the cartographic representation of the oceanic zones as blue, flat, and unchanging, stable in space and time, within a thoroughly modern binaristic conception of a world divisible into a terrestrial inside, susceptible to settlement and state formation, and an aqueous outside, right, resistant to territorialization and the establishment of society. And he reads this vision of the planet as a kind of obvious distortion of reality, right, that in service of a quasi-imperialist geopolitical ideology fails deliberately to communicate the complexity of the ocean as a mobile space, whose very essence is constituted by its fluidity and that thereby centrally flows in modern society. Now, this emphasis on liquidity and mobility, that is on water as a site of constant flux and dynamism, really hasn't been restricted to geography or geopolitics. Scholarship in the blue humanities has pushed this idea into a whole range of new and diverse vistas, making water the meta-language or metaphor par excellence for instability, transitoriness, and fluidity of all kinds. One standout example, just to make this point tangible, is Emilio Amideo's extraordinary work on queer dialectics, which you'll find in handout 2. Developing the thought of the Barbadian poet Edward Campbell Braithwaite, and in doing so, bringing the blue humanities into really fruitful dialogue with both queer theory and new materialisms. Amideo exposes the role of water in the work of queer Anglophone writers of the Black diaspora, a very elemental symbol, signifying, amongst other things, the collapse and overflow of constituted boundaries, most notably in the reimagination of sexuality and gender expression beyond the borders of strict binarism. Now, this kind of thinking has already, if you'll forgive me, begun to make a splash in classical studies. Pauline Leven, in her provocative reflections on the matter of tragedy at handout 3, explores the metaphorical language and formal affordances of water in a whole range of tragic texts from the 5th century. Proceeding from the observation after Astrid Neymanis that we are all bodies of water, and oscillating between 5 movements of water as span, flow, melt, pool, and swell, Leven shows us, amongst other things, how aqueous language was used across a range of dramatic contexts, both to create seamless communal choral bodies and to dissolve individual bodies and identities, functioning in doing so as a symbol of the porousness between human and non-human and the fluid boundaries between identities. Now, this approach, or perhaps more properly these approaches to thinking with water, all rely on a conception of free, unbounded liquidity. That is to say that they think water in quasi-oceanic terms, as a sublime, unbounded expanse, moving without restraint, limitation, or boundary. But this is, of course, by and large, an artifice, right? Whether we're talking about the eternally flowing river of the Heraclitean proverb, or the apophatic expanse of all-circling ocean, all bodies of water are essentially bounded, right? Nothing is without limit. Everything eventually has a coast. But coastlines, for classicists at least, have come to represent really the polar opposite of the fluidity and opacity of open water. And we've learned to think them as symbols of stability, of order, limitation, and measure. If we just take as an example at handout 4 Paul Cosman's work on Paraguay, and specifically on the Patroclean Pericles of the Caspian Sea, from the land of the Elephant Kings. For Cosman, these prose geographies and the coastlines they represent are really powerful expressions of order and occupation, engineered by the likes of the territory-obsessed Seleucids to mark out an edge and to generate coherent and roundable land units. Now, this is to some extent an entirely natural way of thinking about the ancient shore, right? The seacoast is routinely invoked by ancient geographers as a technology of order, according to which representations of the inhabited world are arranged and segmented. So we have Strabo at handout 5, following his predecessor Ephorus in taking the seacoast as a measuring line, a metron, and a counselor, symbolos, when calibrating his conceptual geography and by extension the internal structure of the geographica. Similarly, Dionysius of Alexandria, in his hexametrical perigesis of the inhabited world at handout 6, from the quasi-omniscient perspective of the muse-inspired cartographer, figures the continents as polygonal shapes, bounded on the whole by coastal edges. I'll just give you here the example of his description of India. Now, these representations of the coast as a fixed, discernible, calculable boundary leave very little room for the fluidity, instability, and opacity that's come to be associated in the blue humanities with water. The modern writing of the coast has begun to figure the shore as a wholly different kind of hydrological, geomorphological, and conceptual entity, with hybridity, fluidity, and viscosity as some of its primary characteristics. So in handout 7, John Gillis, retooling Adam Nicholson's insular concept of edge potency, after which the paper is titled, argues that what's distinctive about coastlines, right, namely what gives them their edge potency, is their essential ecotonality, right? That is their status as amphibian boundary places where two ecosystems, namely the terrestrial and the aquatic, meet and interface. The idea of the coast as a sharp linear boundary, he argues, is an 18th century romantic fiction that conceals the truly fuzzy amphibian ontology of the shore. Now, this corrective is, of course, much older than Gillis and his new coastal historians. And Rachel Carson, without whom I don't think there would be a blue humanities, already in The Edge of the Sea in handout 8, recognized the shore as a space of eternal flux and endless transformation, a strange and beautiful place, an elusive and indefinable boundary. But there is, I think, a serious problem with this line of thought, right? Namely that reading the coastline as just another quasi-aqueous space of liquidity and fluidity, to return to the meta-language of queer dialectics, robs it of anything we might call edge potency, right? That which makes it a distinctive amphibian zone with unique conceptual and ideological associations. Still worse, for classicists at least unable to square the Strabonic or Dionysian vision of the shore as a tool of stable cartographic order. What we end up with is just another body of water, fundamentally indistinct from the seas, oceans, pools, and estuaries that the unique terraqueous zone of the coast borders and bounds. So I want to suggest a different way of thinking about the shore, right? Namely that the edge potency of the coast, what makes it a distinctive space to think about and with, is precisely its ambiguous status as simultaneously a firm, fixed boundary line and a murky interstitial ecotone. To fully appreciate the idiosyncrasy of the shore is to hold these two conceptions in our minds at once, and to recognize the capacity of the coast to shift fractally, both as weather and tides transform its foundations, and as our angles and proximities of vision relative to it change. The shore is ultimately neither fixity nor fluidity, right? It's both of these things at the same time, and constituted crucially by the eternal tension between them. So my thinking about this is shaped in no small part by Rebecca Solnit's remarkable prose poem, Seashell to Ear, which I put a section on at handout 9. And this, I think, manages to draw out the constitutive tension that I've been talking about. It might be better than any other work of coastal literature or criticism. So if you'll indulge me, I'll just read out a small section from the handout. Solnit says that the seashore is an edge, perhaps the only true edge in a world whose borders are otherwise mostly political fictions. But it defies the usual idea of borders by being unfixed, fluctuant, and infinitely permeable. The seashore is the place that is no place, sometimes land or rather sand, sometimes the shallow fringe of that huge body of water governed by the remote body of the moon in a mystery something like love or desire. So come back to this idea of the tide. Now, this is not merely a social or geographical point, right? I want to suggest also that, like water, which, as we've seen, was a productive elemental symbol of fluid identities and the dissolution of individual bodies, the ambiguous coastal boundary was also a site of a certain kind of boundary correctness. The fluctuant, permeable, open coastal border was a space in which the very idea of the border, as a terminus of places, identities, ontologies, and so on, was routinely interrogated and problematized. Now, there are all sorts of places we could turn to explore this constitutive tension at work in antiquity, but with the time I have left, I want just to explore it in one text, right? The anonymous Pericles of Herod, King of Carthage. So the Pericles is a Greek literary fiction, most likely from the early imperial period, dramatizing an ill-fated Carthaginian expedition through the Pillars of Heracles and southward along the west coast of Africa. But really, at its core, it's a narrative exploration of the idea of the boundary between inner and outer sea, between Africa and ocean, between civilization and wilderness, and most importantly, between human and non-human. The coast, as constituted by the tension between the fixedness of the boundary and the porousness and flux of the ecotone, functions in the Pericles as the primary elemental symbol for the construction of the African coastline as a space where lines of demarcation both dissolve and reassert themselves. So the coast of the Pericles very often rears its head, as Cosman might expect, as a kind of hard boundary,
a guideline dictating the southward voyage of the Carthaginian fleet, and a border cordoning off the African interior from the sublime waters of the ocean. So the internal narrator, probably Hanno himself, speaking in the collective voice of the fleet, uses the shore at handout 10 as a measuring device to calculate their relative geographical position, and at handout 11, as we might expect in a paraphonic text, as a navigational aid that the flotilla of Pentaconters follow as they round the edge of the continent and make their way south. The coast is also depicted as a site susceptible to successful fortification, inviting the presence of the Carthaginians and enabling them to stake their claim to the western edge of the continent. We see in handout 12, for example, the fleet successfully settling a number of cities on the shore, furnishing them with new names and bands of colonists with the stated aim of producing stable, enduring communities of the Phoenicians. The further the fleet descended into Africa, the more emphatic and hostile a boundary the shore becomes. Where before it had been a relatively soft edge, admitting, as we saw, the establishment of colonies and the penetration inland to sites of friendly communities like König, it quickly metamorphoses into a space of violence and danger, from which at handout 13, quasi-Cyclopean wild men, reminiscent of the Odyssey and Polyphemus, hurl rocks to prevent the ships from making land. This metamorphosis is material as well as demographic. The terraqueous coast, properly a hybrid ecotone of land and water, at one point, at handout 14, explodes into a fiery inferno, rendering it physically unapproachable, a toss, and a molten kind of boundary. This transformation also distorts the elementary fluid mechanics of paraphonic sailing, forcing the fleet to navigate instead along torrents of fire, Humores Fluacas, unable by any means to gain access to the inland. But just as the coast transforms into this newly impenetrable boundary, it also opens up at various points new sites of permeability and porousness. So at handout 15, the source of the fire, we learn, is the aptly named Chariot of the Gods. Although appearing by night to be itself a blazing torrent, it is in fact revealed to be a volcanic mountain, spewing magma and setting the forested shore alight. And the narrator really interestingly draws our focus to the size of the mountain, describing it as a towering spire that appears to reach all the way to touch the stars, haploid on the straw. Now, I think this is not just an inconsequential detail. The name of the volcano, the Theon Okhema, plugs us into a lengthy tradition of heavenly interstellar travel. From the allegorical treatment of the nature of the soul in Plato's Phaedrus, where the chariots of the gods are described as rising up into the vault of heaven and reaching beyond the boundary of the sky, to Gregory of Nazianzus on the doctrine of God, which speaks of the cherubim as the angelic chariot of God. Similarly, the chariot of the Periplus, right, just as the coast closes itself off on the horizontal axis, opens up the shore vertically to the heavenly world of the stars. These new avenues of penetration are figured not merely in haptic terms, right, but also in sonic ones. So elsewhere, we see this at handout 16, the fleet land on the shore of an island located within an amphibian maze of successive inland seas. The inland they find is inaccessible because the coastline is bounded by a thick layer of trees to permit neither movement nor sight. They are able, however, to hear the frightening sounds of quasi-Dionysiac worship, an alloy of cymbals of uproarious shouting breaking through the thick dendric layer and forcing them to retreat to the safety of water. Although the Carthaginians are unable to break through the barrier themselves to penetrate the inland itself is able to pass through in the other direction, warning off intruders and protecting its secrets. So throughout the Periplus, the status of the coast as boundary is fraught and unstable. The text routinely figures the shore as a border, but prompts us to question precisely what kind of border it is, right? Hard or firm, liquid or pyrrhic, physical or sonic, dangerous or inviting, horizontal or vertical. And by extension, how fixed and intractable the dividing lines between inland and offshore really are, between Carthaginian and African, between civilization and wilderness, and so on. But this play with the firmness and fluidity of the coastal boundary doesn't just remain within the discursive context of geography, but becomes, like the flowing waters of queer tidalectics, an elemental symbol for a much larger problematics of the porous boundary between the human and the non-human. So in the final climactic moment of the Periplus, at handout 17, the fleet find themselves in yet another strange insular space, where they encounter a group of wild, hairy women called gorillas by the nomadic interpreters.
The Carthaginians attempt to capture them with little success, and so in a kind of horrifying scene, kill and flay the guerrillas, carrying their pelts back with them to Carthage. Now, this is a scenario in which the boundary between the human and the non-human is both entirely opaque and crucially important. The guerrillas are, on the one hand, described in explicitly anthropic terms, right, as anthropoi, and thus associated with the earlier group of wild men who pelted the fleet with rocks while wearing the skins of slaughtered animals. But these latter wild men, or more properly wild women, don't merely wear animal skins, right, but rather exhibit their hairy skin as a natural feature. Their designation as guerrillas, moreover, which so far as we can tell is a novel hapax legomenon, appearing only here and never again in Greek, clearly marks them as something different and other than human. Clara Bozac puts real pressure on the act of flaying as the technology of sovereignty that ultimately dissolves the border between the human and the animal in this scene. Slaughter and the manufacture of the bodily specimen, she argues, causes the blurring of boundaries. And it's in this disruption that we allow for the generation of new, monstrous, semi-human creatures like the gorillas. And I kind of agree with this argument up to a point, right? I mean, it's without doubt the act of flaying that gives the scene its dramatic purchase. It's the flaying that makes the ambiguous humanity of the gorillas important, right? Have the Carthaginians just murdered and mutilated animals, or, more horrifyingly, people? And which problematizes the identification of the Carthaginians themselves as a kind of external force of civilization in the text, attempting to tame wild, such as on landscape. But the Periclus, I think, had really prepared us for the fuzziness of this boundary long before this moment, in its obsession with the spatial and elemental problematics of the coast. It was the imagery and meta-language of the shore, as in Rebecca Solnit's words, the place that is no place, the infinitely permeable edge, that the author of the Periclus used from the very beginning of the text to destabilize the idea of the firm boundary. That is, to situate us in a world of unstable and porous borders, precisely the kind of world in which we might expect to find an ambiguous and problematic population like the gorillas, who trouble the border between the human and the other than human. So Alex Perez, in her work on the inland journey in Animus Odyssey at handout 19, figures the shore in perhaps the expected way as a space of order and orientation that must be transgressed by the hero in order for him to become truly lost in both world and poem. And I just want to finish this talk by suggesting that the Periclus offers us a different counter-Odyssean way of thinking with the coast, as a space of disorientation and uncertainty in its own right, whose edge potency emerges from its problematic status as both boundary and non-boundary, hard, intractable edge and porous, liquid memory. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Daniel. 5-10 minutes for questions. Stephanie, yeah.
Thank you, that was absolutely beautiful. Really beautiful reading. I was just kind of wondering, do you need dialectics to make that reading? So one of the things about today is thinking about that coming together of some kind of recent currents, and of course, Rothbard's work has been very taken up and it's been very inspiring, and it's a real, actually, it can be quite tricky to go back to those original moments. Raphael's thinkings and his conversations where he invokes this idea of dialectics as a kind of not dialectic. So it's just, wondering what, how important dialectics actually is to your reading or to you coming to this reading. It's a sort of slightly meta question.
Yeah, no, exactly. It's a very good question. I think that sort of, really applies to any of these kind of schools of theoretical thought, right? And I mean, for me, dialectics was really just kind of forming what I wanted to say about my post, right? And that's what I was trying to get at is that across quite a lot of the blue humanities, this kind of emphasis on flux and fluidity and porousness sort of, is not just a kind of geographical observation, but also a kind of meta-language, right? A kind of sight and interpretation that we can carry beyond the water itself and into the kind of metaphorical water across literature. And dialectics happened to be the last thing I had read that did that, right? And so what I was trying to get at here is to say that, that story of eternal flux is one way of thinking water. If we're going to think the coast as a similar kind of meta-language, we need something sensitive to, the way in which it sometimes acts as a kind of porous boundary lattice, but to the way in which it can also kind of act as a kind of fixed, firm border. So, I think it's a whole range of things other than dialectics that I might have used to do that. So I suppose the answer is no, it's not really essential. But I think it is interesting as a way of thinking, right? Especially with what we just heard about kind of, sort of tides and tide pools as a kind
and they're all in these kind of sites of pelagic being. Whether Amedeo or Braithwaite is the place that you want to go to kind of trace that genealogy, I'm not sure. Yeah.
So you're focusing on the representation of the shore in particular, and I'm wondering, problematizing the sort of idea that it's a fluid space, that it is fluid, but it's also fixed in an interesting way. What does that do? What does that act of representation, or what does that do to the sailors themselves, or to the ship, or is there an interactive way, like when like they see fire, or so they have to move? Does that create a similar dynamic of fixity and fluidity for them, for their perspective, just in terms of having to move in a certain way, or?
Yeah, I mean, that's a great question. I mean, in this particular text, no, right? I mean, we only ever get the kind of the view of the sailors from Hannah, right? And he sort of speaks with the, if it really is Hannah, who we're supposed to imagine as the kind of collective narrating here. I mean, one way we might think that is that it kind of, it disrupts what we might think of as the kind of typical way in which a sailor might orient themselves relative to the coast, right? And so across quite a lot of both ancient literature and the interpretive tradition, right? And it's really from Bordel through Walden and Purcell, right? We hear about the coast as a kind of navigational aid, right? And it's it's the place that you want to be so that you don't lose your way, and we get that in a kind of interpretive way in Hermes, the Odyssey, or whatever. This text really kind of inverts that paradigm, right? And it's it makes the coast precisely the space of danger from which you need to retreat, paradoxically, into the safe waters of ocean. So the kind of, at least the way in which this text affects that rethinking, right, sort of invites us to imagine, a kind of reorientation of points of articulation for the sailor at sea. But beyond that, yeah, I mean, the text really doesn't sort of delve into the mind of the sailor, unfortunately, so we have to kind of do this at an interpretive distance, I think.
Joe? Yeah. Thanks for that. I'm wondering, following on really from the last question, whether what difference does it make that the sailors in this case are Phoenician and/or Carthaginian?
Yeah.
They're a very special kind of sailor.
They're very special. You're absolutely right. And it really depends what we do with the text. So the chapter in my thesis that's becoming the book is all about this question, right? And I think it depends on how we date the text, right? And it's dates for this have ranged from the 6th century BC, making it the earliest example of Greek prose literature we have, all the way up to the date that I give from, which is probably about the 2nd century, right? So,
but if we assume that later, then.
If you assume the 2nd century, yeah, exactly, right. I mean, it kind of plugs us in, I think, to one of two stories. One is the kind of story of the vanquished Carthaginian as the kind of foil for the success of Roman imperialism, also, and the other one is this kind of competitive relationship, I think, right, between kind of Rome as an empire seeking to kind of sort of realize its own rhetoric of universal dominion, right? That then has to kind of deal with Africa as a space that remains outside of that world, right? And so I think you can read it with that latter view in mind in kind of two ways, right? One is to say, it's a kind of, a sort of warning about what awaits you in the world beyond the limits of empire, right? And to sort of see it in the kind of angle expedition. The other way is as a kind of prompt to competitiveness, right? To say that, this is a place that Carthage, for all its kind of, position relative to the west coast of Africa, tried and failed to do, right? So it's a kind of, but yeah, it's really difficult actually to figure out how you figure this within a kind of compositional context of the days. So that, yeah, I'd be really interested to know what you as a Phoenician specialist think about this.
One of the things I feel we're seeing here, and I was thinking about this a lot in Emily's paper actually, is just a huge range of different metaphors, different possibilities for imagining the space of the sea and the way humans encounter the space of the sea and the relationship between sea and land. And I just wanted to ask you particularly about your Strabo passage for I was just really intrigued by that image of the sea as symbolos of the lies of it. And I just wondered what's at stake in that image for how we envisage that relationship, where that image is coming from.
Yeah. Okay. So where the symbol loss thing comes from, I don't know. I mean, it's a bit early to be in dialogue with the kind of slightly sophisticated idea of the symbol loss as the kind of philosophical teacher also. And it's and I've often wondered about what he's doing here with the relationship between metron and symbol loss, right? And it's at one level he's saying, I'm following Ephorus, right? I'm doing the same thing that Ephorus did and taking the coast as my guideline and giving you a kind of sort of wellied up periplus that might kind of transfer into world geography. But yeah, I mean, the shift of language must be important, right? And so to go from metron as measuring line to symbol loss as a counselor. But I don't have an answer to what makes that different. I mean, the obvious interpretation, right, is to say that, I need a way of structuring this kind of mess of world geography. I have the kind of historical, sort of, established model of the coastal periplus to do that with, right? And so I'm taking that as my kind of symbol loss that, dictates how I put it together. I mean, the other point is here that he's kind of debating different options, right? He's saying, do I begin with Acharonia or don't I, right? And it's,
Yeah, great. Yeah, I partly wanted to see the full passage because by the time I noticed it, I think just the bottom half was
that's right.
That's right.
I should be
really interesting passage. Thank you. Yeah, great. Okay, I think we'd better finish for tea, so we'll start again 3:30. Thanks, Daniel, and everyone else.
Final session is going to begin with Hannah and Katarina. Hannah and Katarina are both postdocs in the Centre for Water Cultures at the University of Hull, which is part of the Energy and Environment Institute. Hannah is an historian who is in the process of becoming or has fully become an historical geographer. We're all in the process of becoming various things. And who works on early modern flood histories and history for climate change, intervention and empowerment. And Katarina is a maritime archaeologist who has worked a lot in the UK and the Mediterranean and on statues. I really wanted to ask you about those Huntington statues, but leave that one for later. And works on the relationship between archaeology, climate change and sustainability, and their paper is going to be about archival and archaeological evidence of flood.
Thank you so much. So yes, our paper is going to be a double header, and you're going to have me for about 10 minutes or so, and then I'll hand over to Katarina. It, as you can tell from the title, is bringing us all forward in time somewhat from most of the papers we've heard this morning, but picking up a lot of the similar themes and ideas that we've been hearing about, and I've been furiously making notes to myself about links between other papers that we've heard, so I'll try and bring them out as I go. But as I understand it, part of the reason why Manuel invited us up was to sort of maybe start some conversations about the relationship between ancient environmental humanities and more kind of medieval and early modern ones. So hopefully it'll be interesting in that respect. So my part of the paper is going to just give you a very kind of quick whip round the sorts of archival evidence that we have been using to reconstruct early modern flood histories. And I have kind of realised in reflection, particularly on reading my notes, that a lot of what I'll talk to you about in the first part of this paper is mediated around an object, which we were just hearing about, and particularly an object that intersects land and sea, in this case, a seawall or a sea bank, because that was very important for early modern medieval Hull, and actually the kind of existence of that object has led to a lot of the archival evidence that we find today. So let me just firstly introduce you to Hull, which, sorry, I haven't got it on a larger map, and if you don't know where it is, it's nearly always on the weather map on the kind of northeast-ish of England. So Hull is a town that has a very particular relationship with water. It was established as a consequence of a flood. So there was a flood in 1253 which washed away some land in the area, and as a consequence of what they did to the landscape, the kind of city, the town of Hull was established. So the kind of history of Hull, its foundations, is rooted in flood and in water. And as you can see from this rather lovely map, it is a town, now a city, that has a specific relationship with two bodies of water. This is the Humber at the bottom, and then you've got the River Hull at the top. So Hull's kind of trade relationship, economic status in the medieval and modern period was in relationship with water. So to a certain extent, its prosperity as a consequence of these routes, but also its architecture and the way it kind of developed out of necessity in relationship with its water environment. So for example, on this map up here, you can see at the bottom, these are some wooden revetments which protected the kind of military infrastructure to a certain extent, so these are cannons, but also provided some defence against the Humber, particularly at the mouth of the harbour there. So some overlaps with what we were talking about earlier about military architecture. We also have, these are the town walls, all the way around, but these town walls in particular would have had kind of flood defence mechanism. And then finally, the banks, which you can see on here alongside of the River Hull. So Hull's kind of nature was shaped by its relationship with the water, being kind of living alongside and living with water, which is something that Hull we've tried to kind of unpack, both in historic context and also in a contemporary one. So, first of all, I want to give you an archival document. Now, this is a petition. I love petitions. They're my favourite kind of early modern archival document. And this is a petition about flood banks. So this is why I said we'll be talking a lot about banks. This is a community of landowners in the East Riding who send their complaint to the commissioners of sewers, who, if you're not familiar, are kind of a precursor to the internal drainage boards, who now can manage sewers and waterways. But essentially they have oversight of flooding and drainage. And their complaint is that their lands are being overflowed and drowned for want of a bank in the south side of Ford Dyke sewer to keep the water, which ought to be conveyed through that sewer to Ford Dyke Cloud, so into Hull River. So they're making a complaint about the infrastructure around their lands and saying it's insufficient to manage flood risk where they live. So it's interesting from the point of view of finding out some flood history. So we're learning here about probably a frequent inundation that's not kind of a large-scale flood event. This is more, a bit of a kind of, regular flooding, day-to-day flooding, a bit like Andrew was talking about. A lot of these societies would have been really used to floods. It wouldn't necessarily be a big disaster every time it happened. But anyway, so we've got some kind of environmental evidence here of what's going on. But also what I really love about this petition is the second half, when they are saying what they want. And in this case, they ask the court to order a bank to be made on the south side of the sewer. And then they give very specific dimensions. It needs to be 8 foot high, 120 foot broad, sorry, that's possibly a typo, and at the bottom, and 6 foot broad at the top. And they're actually saying they pay for it. But it's interesting, this is a kind of group of landowners, so they're not governors, they're not commissioners of sewers, as far as I know, but they are displaying their knowledge of flood protection and kind of flood risk management in the modern sense in this petition. So we both kind of get some evidence for the built infrastructure associated with flooding and with water management, as well as some insight into people's kind of negotiation of that infrastructure. So the final bit of the first part of the talk is going to talk about what happened when that infrastructure failed, and it really failed. So this isn't a kind of
regular inundation. This is a major flood event that occurred in Hull in 1646, 1647. And this occurred when the sea bank at Drypool was breached. So the sea bank you can see here, and this is Drypool. It's a map from around 1640. It gives a fairly good sense of the scale of Drypool, which was a lordship on the banks of the Hull, benefited from its proximity to the city, the town, sorry, but generally quite a small lordship. Now, the people in this area were solely responsible for the financial upkeep of that bank. So a bit like in the petition previously, generally speaking, it was the owners and occupiers of the land adjacent to the banks who would be responsible for maintaining those banks. So in the previous petition, they were saying, we want this bank to be built, and we will kind of fund it because it's for their benefit. So in a similar kind of way, the residents of this little, quite small lordship are responsible for maintaining those banks. But unfortunately, these banks are really, really important. And if they breach, the whole of the Holderness level floods. And that is what happens. So in the winter of 1646, there happened such hideous and mighty winds, both by day and night, that they forced up the waves and broke and carried clear away the most of the woodwork of the said banks, and wholly ruinated the same, a thing which came by the mighty power of God, which no power of man can withstand. So we have sea surge. And in the it's a longer paper here, but in the months preceding the winter, there is heavy rainfall and some smaller floods, particularly in the March and the April, associated with pluvial, so with rainfall. But this seems very likely to have been a sea surge that went along the coast. There's some kind of contemporary records of it might have been in Newcastle at the same sort of time. So we have a sea surge, and the Drypool banks are breached. This is a lovely woodcut. It isn't of Hull. This is actually of the Gloucester 1607 floods, but I really like it. So okay. It's nice to have that. This actually was possibly a tsunami, so that's a side note. So yes, what happens is these banks, which are so crucial to the defence, but are maintained primarily by a very quite small group of landowners, get breached, and the consequences are quite major. So we're trying to reconstruct exactly the cost of the damage. As far as we can make out, there weren't necessarily fatalities associated with this flood event in the way that we know there was for 1607, which was the Gloucestershire one, but it definitely had an agricultural impact. We know that lands all the way up the Holderness level were underwater for possibly about 6 months, and the kind of economic impacts were substantial. And then what happened was a very lengthy debate about who needs to pay for the banks. And I can't, unfortunately, go into all of the details of early modern tax disputes for you this morning, but I just wanted to give you one example of the way in which kind of human interest intersected with kind of environmental as the cause of flood. So the Drypool residents submit a petition to the Commissioner of Sewers, and they present various different arguments about why they shouldn't be the only ones responsible for maintaining these banks. But one of the reasons they give is this. So Hull was a garrison during the Civil Wars, and soldiers were stationed there. And there was a shortage of timber, as there were kind of across the country during the Civil Wars. And they argue that the garrison soldiers take timber from the seawall. So soldiers, by day and night, broke and cut up a great part of the woodwork of the jetties and the footbank for firing on other occasions, and in a like manner took and carried away great quantity of the timber and plank provided in store for the said repairs. So they kind of point the finger quite squarely at people. There is a sense of the Humber being a dangerous and violent river, like we were talking about this morning, and there's some parts of the petition that talk about the tides going swifter, and maybe a sense of the Humber providing an increasing danger. But really, the Drypoolers point their finger at people for kind of causing this essential kind of, which is a flood, injustice. And
I also put this picture up because this at the top is a part of, so I come from a project called Risk Cities where we use histories like this for community good. And we worked with a local artist, Louis Dalton, who kind of reinterpreted this petition artistically in collaboration with community members, and we made a magazine that then got distributed around Hull, and it was a mixture of Hull's flood histories, kind of creative writing and stories, and flood preparedness plans, so EA flood preparedness plans, and that kind of went out to residents of Hull. So I don't have time today to talk to you about Hull's, that kind of community side of our project, but I am actually doing a seminar again for the Centre for People, Place and Community, I think it's the 19th of June, so if anyone's interested in kind of using the environmental humanities for community work, then come along to that. So I'm going to hand over to Katerina now because as she's kind of joined the project, we are thinking about how we can move beyond the archival evidence that I've used today to the archaeological sector.
So as I joined the project, we are trying to basically match all of the archival work that Hannah and the team from Risk Cities has done for the community engagement and communication with the archaeology and the material record. So what we're looking for is basically archaeological evidence of temporary flooding, so temporary inundation that happened because either of extreme precipitation or some type of storm and tidal surges that happen quite frequently in the region. So one of the first things that we can identify is, of course, flood deposits in the archaeological stratigraphy that Andrea really nicely talked about for Rome. So in the case of, let's say, England, because I've been looking quite a lot at the historic environment record of England to identify the different ways that we can see that. So we have two types of layers. First of all, sandy clay silts that are usually from flooding of rivers. So it's the alluvial sort of sediments that come out when a river or a lake floods. And then we have the coarser marine sediments that usually come on land sites that are not supposed to be there when we have the storm and tidal surges. And in some reports, actually, we also have mentions of even marine creatures, and the bones, obviously, been found in large quantities in areas that they're not supposed to be, and also outside settlements, which shows that it doesn't show any signs of having eaten those marine creatures, but it shows signs that they were deposited accidentally, probably because of some type of flooding. Of course, to identify the exact deposit in the stratigraphy with an exact event mentioned in the archival sources is quite difficult, but it is actually possible. There's this project that happened at the University of Southampton in 2016 from our colleague Thomas Duke, who actually looked at the sediments of Old Winchelsea, which is in southern England, and he was able to date sediments very close to the some attested storms from 1250 and 1280s. So that sort of a combination of historical and archaeological information is quite possible. So for Hull specifically, we can also look at the flood management infrastructure. You can see here the Hull is over there where a lot of the writing is, but you can see throughout the region quite a lot of infrastructure appearing in the historic environment record. What's interesting is that no one has studied that material from a flood perspective, so no one has studied the theme. People have studied regions or areas of that region and looking, for example, at the archaeology of a specific parish, but no one has tried to put together the historic environment record that is about flooding. So it was quite hard to communicate with the Humber Historic Environment Office that I need anything that mentions even like a keyword flood or flood deposit in it, because they are not used to do this sort of thematic type of research, but we're trying now to do that because it will give us quite a lot of information that is existing in development-led archaeological reports, but it has not really been published or seen from the topic of flooding. And here, yeah, you can see the list that I have found so far from the search that I've been doing, and I have just started going through it, so I cannot really tell you more. But as you can see, the flood management infrastructure has quite a lot of flood defenses, flood banks, floodgates, ditches, drains, seawalls, the river revetments that Hannah was also talking about, dikes,
flood arches and flood relief canals and flood meadows as well. So there were also in the archaeological record some areas that were allowed to flood, and people were actually using that as a method of flood management. So we're hoping from that research to be able to connect the dots between the archival sources that Hannah and our director Bryony have done with the material record that is existing. It's just no one has actually looked at it from that perspective. So other things that we might look for is post-flood repairs and adjustments to buildings after the built infrastructure was damaged by flood. And so there's examples from other areas in England, for example, for bridges that they were destroyed at some particular time period, possibly because of a storm, because we also have historical sources mentioning these storms or these sort of flooding events. And then bridges or other buildings were repaired later on. We also have quite frequently cleanup deposits or abandoned sites. The cleanup deposits are usually appearing in the archaeological record in the form of pits like the one over here. So material has been destroyed, especially from buildings or other settlements, are basically deposited by the contemporaries for cleaning the site in specific pits, and then they are building on top, and that's very clear in the, especially in the development-led archaeological projects. And we also have frequently abandoned sites. So many times when a site was destroyed by a flood or a tidal surge, people considered it not worthy to rebuild. So in the archaeological record, we have frequently very clear occupation sites for a particular time period. We have like centimeters or meters of deposits with no datable material or no material at all. And then we have a new settlement being built like 200 or 300 years later. And if there is any flood deposits in that previous time period before the blind stratigraphy, basically they have interpreted it as an abandoned site because of the flood event that happened. And in the archaeology, we also have in these time periods quite a lot of commemoration. This is an example from Worcester, where they have the flood marks wall on the river path that shows the different dates of flooding that happened in the city, and it's the River Severn, so it's a very big river also that floods very frequently, similarly to the Hull and the Hamburg. And as you can see here, the city has been commemorating the flood level and the flood dates quite clearly. So this is another piece of material culture that we can look for flood events. So just to conclude, why is it important to look at the past? So first of all, we do learn from the past because we learn how people responded and how effective some measures were, some ineffective practices, and basically we can create a big baseline from where we can learn and look into the present and the future with quite a huge amount of baselines, basically, from the past, and a lot of various scenarios of how flooding could be dealt with. And also a research done recently by Keenan Jones and his team, they provide a lot of very interesting historical cases of different flooding that happened in different regions of the world, and it does show a lot of failures of the risk perception that some people had about flooding. It also shows quite a lot of sometimes the need for a more central whole river approach. Hannah didn't mention that thing today, but in other talks, he talks about how the lack of the flood defenses in dry pool could have flooded also areas in the River Hull higher up. So it's quite frequent that we need to look not just at a specific region of how dangerous flooding might be for them, but we need to look at the whole river system or the whole coastal system as a bigger entity. So overall, we do think that linking the past is quite important because it can help us deal with contemporary issues, especially in terms of flooding. And as the Rescue City project has shown, we can also help communicate these things to people who might be affected currently by similar problems. So thank you very much. Looking forward to questions.
Thank you. That's such a beautiful example of how two disciplines that are often more than a sum of their parts. Yeah, lovely. Questions?
Thanks, I really enjoyed that. I was particularly struck by this kind of dichotomy between the responsibility of the local landowners and the responsibility of the state. So I was hoping you could just elaborate on that a little bit, perhaps putting it into larger context of kind of medieval England and all of the other kind of flood mitigation efforts that you cited in the archaeological record. I mean, how much do we see the responsibility being placed on individuals as opposed to the state coming in and taking responsibility for this?
Yeah, that's a really good question. So I would say, generally speaking, when it came to flood risk management at this point in medieval England, it was an individual thing as far as like lands were affected. So it's a kind of an economy that's very driven by landowners. So even the commission of sewers was kind of staffed by landowners who were, you know, representing the interests of the landed. So there wasn't really, I guess what you're asking is there wasn't really maybe a general sense of the state needed to protect people from flood risk. There was a sense, I think that Hull, because of its position by the sea and its kind of vital protection, again, you know, it was kind of maintaining protections against the sea and also against enemies coming on the sea, that therefore it needed kind of economic support. So there was a sort of sense that, in terms of kind of, I guess, public sphere, that Hull kind of needed and deserved funding in order to kind of maintain its defences against the sea. But in terms of kind of actual flood risk management, who was responsible, I think that's the question that with me and my colleagues still kind of trying to unpick, but I would say it's not a kind of modern sense that the state should kind of step in and take measures. It's landowners who maintain those defences. And I didn't go into the whole history, but with this case, you know, when the banks were breached, basically because of disrepair that had been caused by years of neglect, the response of the commissioners was to tax the dry poolers more heavily. So they did a double tax and that didn't work, so then they did a triple tax. And then that didn't work, so then they put the people who were collecting the tax in prison because they failed to collect the tax. So they kind of repeatedly, I guess, they're putting their financial ownership on the individual.
So if I could just respond very briefly. So if I'm understanding correctly, it has more to do with what areas are at risk. So the landowners are the ones at risk and they're the ones responsible for the risk management. But then you're citing the example of Hull. So here we have an urban setting, which is more public spaces and a diverse citizenry, and that's where we see the state perhaps getting more involved.
But that's particularly, I think, because of its military position. So that's mainly Hull saying, you know, so that you know, the garrison at the front and the battlements, and they're kind of maintaining these defences. So Henry VIII, I think, built them, blockhouses, and they become a kind of really important part of military infrastructure. So they leverage that in terms of kind of, I guess, like state building, kind of public goods, you know, maintaining the kind of military safety of the kingdom. Interestingly, there is occasional language of kind of what we might think of like shared responsibility, like shared flood risk management, that does creep in, but it comes from the petitions of the dry poolers. So we do find this language that, you know, we need to kind of, that people of Holderness more broadly need to be responsible for these banks because they get affected when they flood. So the language of kind of, shared responsibility, collective management is being used, but not by the authorities. The authorities, they have, you know, this early modern medieval phrase, time without memory of man, which is like, forever, the dry poolers have paid for these flood defences, and that is how it shall always be. So there might, I mean, we kind of need to work on this, but there might be maybe a kind of moment of transition that we start to see from the 17th century, where this sense of like flood risk management needs to be collective, but it's not really here.
Thank you very much. Thank you, that's really interesting. Can you tell us a bit about the name Clive? It's a body of water that's not there. Where and how did that come? Straight, why do they still have pools?
a really lovely question, and I don't really know the answer, but I do know there is a kind of rich history of Drypool and the name of Drypool. At this point, it is definitely dry, and I think kind of there's kind of memories of a sort of marshy landscape there.
It's very, like, the altitude is very low, so like it's basically at sea level.
Yeah.
So it's an area, the East Hall is very easy to flood because of that. So
yeah,
I think it has to do something with that, like that it probably was a drier area than the surrounding, but it's very like low to the altitude.
So just north of Drypool, sorry, actually, put a map of Holland, I think, is Summergangs, which was an area, it's still called Summergangs, which is an area where, I'll put it caked into linguistics, it's like, it means where you can take your cows in the summer. So it's like pasture land in the summer for the cows, but the fresh time is inundated. So yes, this part of Hull, particularly East Hull, would have flooded very regularly. And Drypool, as far as I'm aware, as long as the steam bank didn't overtop, didn't have kind of regular drainage issues, but lots of East Hull kind of up from Drypool did. And yes, there's Summergangs and there's a couple of other like Car Lane, and there's a lot of like watery names in that part. But yes, that has reminded me that we should have a good answer to Spanish. So thank you.
We have time for one more question. Two quick questions.
Well, thank you. Very interesting. I was wondering if I'm interested in the social collective memory of catastrophes, and I've seen this really interesting picture of the wall with the height of the floods. And I was wondering, did you have information from archives and from maybe archaeological about how was managed the memories of the major catastrophes, and if there are rituals related to that event in the Hull society?
Well, in the archaeological record, I haven't found something like that. In Worcester, when I saw the publication, I immediately started looking more into it. It was really amazing how well preserved it is, and it's actually like part of the inheritance walks and all these things. So people, they are actually engaged with that history and that past that's happening. And if you see, there's even more recent dates of floods, like even 98 here and 47 there. So they keep doing that as a way of remembering that this is still happening and it's happened since then. In Hull, we don't have a memorial of that sort.
No, so what's quite interesting about Hull's flood history is in 1970, they built the tidal barrier. So Hull floods, we think kind of very repeatedly through the early modern period up until in the 1960s has kind of every year very major flood events, primarily from storm surges. And they build the tidal barrier, and there's this kind of whole narrative when they build the tidal barrier, and it's like the end of flooding. This is it with, there's some fascinating accounts of
monumental. It's like a big gate or
of defeated nature.
And it's like this is the end of flooding, and there's kind of potentially an argument that we might be thinking of making that as a consequence of that, whole kind of flood histories almost get forgotten because flooding's not. It's not a thing. It's not for anymore.
In the 80s and 90s.
Yeah, in the 80s and 90s, not that many flood events. But look at this massive barrier that we built. This is amazing. But then in 2007, which also was Worcester, Hull had a major flood event that was kind of really catastrophic for the city, and there was a sense of what? This doesn't happen here. We don't flood. So part of the idea of risky cities, originally the project I was from, was actually to remind people of their flood histories and to engage them in kind of Hull's long watery histories as a way of kind of starting conversations around how do we live with flooding in the future, because 2007 was catastrophic. There was a storm surge in 2013. The flood barrier, which was built for use 2 or 3 times a year, now goes down 2 or 3 times a month. It is unlikely to be effective long term. It came with a sort of centimetres of overtopping a few years ago, so it will fail. So yes, that's a really interesting question, but we're trying to think a bit more about it.
one more question?
Yeah, I think you've answered my question, because I was wondering about your community outreach that you're mentioning, and I think you also mentioned how your work is partly informing temporary flood management, and I was wondering if you could say something more about that. But I think you kind of already answered this. So I suppose your research is also to sort of critically interrogate some of these current mentalities around sort of keeping the floods out, I suppose.
Yeah, very much. We just did a workshop last week, and we had asked people to participate to bring an object that shows the relationship with water. And some of them brought pictures of how basically they were walking in their houses after they were flooded on doors, because they had removed all flooring, all the plastic from the walls, so they were trying to dry out the house. So they brought us pictures of that, because that was their relationship with water. So, and people also have been really engaged with these sustainable deadness systems. And like there is green spaces in the city, like König where I live, there's spaces that are allowed so that other areas don't flood. So people actually like that there's parks that in some days or months are really flooded as part of mitigating the flood risk.
So they're kind of, like you say, using history and kind of using material culture as a, but at its most simplest, just kind of way into the conversation. You know, so we did a workshop last week where I gave a slightly extended version of that talk, and then Katerina introduced this idea of kind of material culture and material object histories, and we in fact had already invited them to bring along with them their kind of objects and memories, use it as a conversation starter. But it's also, it provokes those questions about like, you know, how do we live alongside water? Because the barrier, the surge, the tidal barrier will not be effective at some point in the future. So, and they're not going to just build a bigger one. You know, around Hornsey, there's coastal erosion, but Hornsey has got this great big whopping seawall that is holding back the coastal erosion. But then you just go right at the edge of the seawall, and it's falling into the sea. You know, there's a caravan park on the edge of a cliff, so you can't just build a concrete wall around the sea. At some point, you have to think about a way. So it's a really helpful kind of way into those conversations around different ways of managing water, I guess.
Yeah, the environment agencies moving as well, like walls, aren't they?
Yes.
Yeah, it's really, really interesting. And the magazine is beautiful.
Yeah,
it's
we
really
should have
beautiful.
bought some. What is
it?
I
Well,
yeah, well, you have to come along.
Yeah. Thank you very much. So our next speaker is Renee. Renee is doing a PhD funded by the very prestigious Intelligent Oceans League scheme at the University of Southampton. And Renee is going to speak to us about Doggerland, then, now, in the future.
Yeah, I will sort of take you back into the past and talk about prehistoric landscapes, but then I will also kind of end a little bit in a very present day context. This is part of my PhD research, and I can imagine you're getting tired, so I'll keep it light. I have, I suppose, two aims for this presentation. I first kind of want to briefly introduce the prehistoric submerged landscape of Doggerland, and think about how both maritime archaeology or archaeology and literature have engaged with this submerged landscape. And both archaeology and literature have been searching for Doggerland in their own very disciplinary ways, informed by similar but also different narratives. And it very much interests me because they both these fields sort of sustain critical registers of visibility and invisibility, of mood and setting when it comes to prehistoric submerged landscapes. And I think it's really worth to explore these together. Because my second aim of my presentation is to try and respond to one of the workshop's aims,
and explore how thinking about ancient environmental history or prehistoric environmental history intersects with some of the current ways that we engage with the ocean. And searching for Doggerland across archaeology and literature offers us this sort of temporal loop to consider how ancient environmental studies and the blue humanities sort of work together in a contemporary context, and particularly in relation to ocean energy. But I'll first start around 8,000 years ago, which is when the prehistoric landscape of Doggerland submerged underneath the North Sea. After the gradual glacial melting of the northern ice sheets in the late Pleistocene, the North Sea started to progressively inundate Doggerland, which has already contributed to a changing coastline over the course of a few thousand years. But due to a major tsunami called the Storegga event and subsequent sea level rise, Doggerland, a landscape that once connected Britain with mainland Europe, fully submerged. And I want to apologize to the archaeologists here for this rather reductive version of the submersion of an entire landscape. But for this presentation, I'm mostly interested in the cultural search around Doggerland. Because thousands of years after its disappearance, people are sort of beginning to piece together what life was like there and what the historical specificities of this landscape are. And Doggerland and its final inundation has been considered a major, but also sometimes mysterious or somewhat forgotten event in the planetary history of the North Sea. Both geologists and later also archaeologists have been postulating the probability of a submerged land bridge under the North Sea since around the 19th century. But as searching for submerged sites is, as archaeologists have kindly informed me, very tricky and also expensive, particularly in the North Sea. Often, for a long time, very clear evidence was sort of generally lacking. However, when in 1931, a British fishing trawler hauled up their dragging net from the seafloor and noticed what turned out to be a Mesolithic harpoon, especially the field of archaeology started to wrestle with the question of how such an object had ended up more than 20 miles offshore at the bottom of the North Sea. And I think this is a major moment in archaeological research because this postulated land bridge, or sometimes called submerged forest, now turned into a submerged landscape. A landscape that was potentially a home to first migrating modern human dwellers. And kind of since that time, archaeologists have been preoccupied with rediscovering the lost world of Doggerland for nearly 10 decades now. And they recognize that the landscape has an important story to tell about how its Mesolithic people had to face a changing landscape. And this thinking is relatively recent. The landscape was coined its name Doggerland in 1998 by the archaeologist Brian Colt. And after that, archaeologists have been collecting evidence about the historical specificities of Doggerland, about its hunter-gatherer culture, its human settlements, and its progressive coastal change. And central to this research has been sort of continuing efforts to map the submerged landscape in an attempt to visualize its geographic extent. So searching for Doggerland in maritime archaeology involves making meaning of space and turn it into place. And to date, nearly 43,000 square kilometers, which I think is 17,000 square miles, 18,000, of prehistoric countryside has been mapped, revealing a landscape about half the size of Germany. In a very important 2007 study led by Vince Gaffney, counted 1,600 kilometers of long-lost rivers, 24 lakes and wetlands and 10 estuaries where fresh water once met the sea. So before it was flooded, Doggerland supported a rich variety of marshlands, wooded valleys, swampy lagoons, and gently sloping hills, of which the Dogger Bank is one of the remains of. And the Mesolithic people that inhabited Doggerland were hunter-gatherers who migrated with the seasons until archaeologists emphasized with their maps, they were forced onto higher ground, including what is today Britain and, for example, the Netherlands. And here you can, I think it's fascinating, you can see how the maps change over the decades, and slowly sort of familiar shapes appear. And it's this narrative translation of Doggerland's ancient environmental history into more contemporary national identities that have specifically returned in literature. Besides the field of archaeology, literary fiction has also sustained a curiosity to this submerged landscape. And I think as we're all familiar with, literature has always been concerned with submerged sites or islands, and drowned worlds and flood narratives have been central to the literary and human imagination. But I've been particularly looking at texts from around the 19th century, because these are works of fiction that imagine this vast submerged landscape, specifically in the southern part of the North Sea. And I suppose more than sort of quasi-religious flood narratives or apocalyptic survival plots, key to these fictions is the literary emphasis on the ancient geographical proximity between Britain and mainland Europe. For example, H.G. Wells opens his 1897 Story of the Stone Age with a literary speculation on a prehistoric landscape where one might have walked dry shot from continental Europe to England. And in a similar way, in Hans Christian Andersen, 1848 Danish novel The Two Baronesses, one of the protagonists point to how the lands of England and Germany and Denmark were once united by a chain of mountains. And in this novel, Doggerland's inundation is sort of imagined through I suppose, a fictional saga, which tells that a long time ago, the Danish king cheated on the English queen, and she was so furious, so she ordered 700 men to dig through the Dogger Hills until the North Sea floating, to sort of, it's a strategy, I say. And then much later, but in a similar way to me, Virginia Woolf in her 41 novel Between the Acts, there's a protagonist and she kind of repeatedly dwells on the idea that once there was no sea at all between us and the continent. There were rhododendrons in the Strand and mammoths in Piccadilly. And the character is reading that in a book. And in these historical fictions, that distant prehistoric landscape turns into a narrative, one in which speculative plots and characters can unfold. And I think resorting to the literary trope of this geographical proximity between Britain and Europe, it places prehistoric temporality into a shared memory of North Sea history, which is something that returns in current day Brexit rhetorics as well. I will turn to that later. But what it also does is that it moves this time frame, this prehistoric time frame, out of the domain of just ancient environmental history and into that of storytelling. And I think very different from the archaeological search for the sort of spatial and temporal qualities of Doggerland, the submerged landscape remains very invisible in these literary works. The characters are not moving through some drowned landscape, but they are looking upon an unknown landscape that once was there. Readers are primarily introduced to Doggerland merely from sort of the contemplative spaces of the opening of a story or a passing on saga or reading it in a book. So there's sort of differences arising here for me, where archaeology is more concerned with searching for a narrative setting for Doggerland, so to reveal its spatial and temporal qualities. I think in literature, the submerged landscape is not so much coextensive with setting, but more with moods. And I suppose by that I mean that Doggerland's setting remains irreducible in these works. There's no literary attempt to represent its spatiality or temporality accurately, but the submerged landscape in these literary fictions is still responsible for an effective atmosphere. It still figures as a plot. And I think the fact that setting and mood are not reduced to each other is important because it marks the necessary distinction between two modes of narration about Doggerland. So Doggerland as the unknown, which is that which we still need to discover, and Doggerland as the unknowable, which is that what we need to imagine. And I think this distinction doesn't necessarily favor one narrative mode over the other, but it puts disciplines into dialogue with each other. I think both archaeological evidence of and literary text about Doggerland require meaning making to operate. They both generate critical understandings of disappeared worlds out of formerly isolated narrative fragments. But I think also searching for Doggerland across archaeology and literature asks us to consider and perhaps reconsider to what extent ancient or prehistoric environmental histories need to be on the map for us to feel sort of value them or for them to feel real or to do something in the broader cultural imagination. And this brings me to my second aim of the presentation, which is to think about how searching for Doggerland also demonstrates the interdisciplinary task to consider how thinking or speculating about prehistoric landscapes is mobilized to instantiate or frame specific ancient histories around our present-day relationship with the ocean. And I want to specifically think about Doggerland's history and its cultural imagination in relation to the national political and economic agendas of offshore energy production. Doggerland bears witness to energy transition in the North Sea throughout the decades. In a 2022 talk called Doggerland Rising, the literary scholar Katie Ritson points out how the start of petromodernity, so the searching for oil and gas locations in the North Sea, intersects with the cultural preoccupation of finding a sense of setting when it comes to Doggerland. And I found this quote from 2007, where an oil field data company describes, I think in a sort of funny, joking way, how archaeologists that were researching Doggerland approached the company for seismic data. The middle of the North Sea, the company jokes, mammoth tusks and flint spears. Looking for Doggerlands, they continue, all we need is several $1 million worth of seismic data. And I find it interesting how the broader cultural search for Doggerland and for its prehistoric history intersects with an extractive search for ocean resources. And the idea is here that seismic data is useful for reconstructing both maps of the ancient remains on the seafloor, but also for locating energy resources. So the cultural search for Doggerland's history unfolds itself across the industry of renewable energy, specifically. The energy group Vattenfall, for example, contends how, quote, offshore wind farm development will likely uncover Britain's ancient hidden history. And I find it interesting because I suppose the urgency of renewables parallels the forming of new national identities by means of answering questions about Doggerland's prehistoric landscape through, for example, again, seafloor mapping. And in a slightly, well, very different way, Doggerland's history is also written in more right-wing policy for ocean energy of, for example, Boris Johnson. In a 2021 speech at the UN General Assembly, Johnson compares himself to the Greek gods of the northern winds, Boreas Johnson, while he argues that, quote, we have to reclaim the North Sea by putting in great forests of wind turbines on the drowned prairies of Doggerland. And I think this is very problematic because the ancient landscape is defined here as an empty space, right? It's stripped of its historical qualities. And it, you know, solely for the purpose of reclaiming it for economic benefits. The setting of Doggerland is used here to forward a particular mood of national protectionism and singularity. And Johnson also strategically turns around the nostalgic metaphor that is frequently used to comment on post-Brexit times. I suppose very reminiscent of the 19th century literary works that I just discussed. This recent metaphor that you can find a lot in the news and on many platforms really, it seems to sort of emphasize that this prehistoric proximity between Britain and continental Europe, especially in sort of political times when the two seems to slowly drift away from each other. So my question, I suppose, is what does it mean for an ancient prehistoric environmental landscape to return in present-day ocean energy narratives? And I would love to have any input later and discuss it. But I quickly want to reflect on how both archaeology and literary fiction have already responded to this overarching question. And they use different tools and methods in doing so. Some archaeologists have emphasized that understanding the setting of an ancient or prehistoric site, such as Doggerland, is not necessarily synonymous with ensuring its protection. They have voiced their concerns over rapid expansion of offshore energy in the North Sea, especially when wind farms can potentially seal off access to preserve evidence of Doggerland's spatial qualities. And in doing so, they point to a temporal irony to this. While the submergence of Doggerland stretches over at least a few thousand years, there seems to be a particular urgency or race against the clock to gather data and samples from the seafloor of future selected wind farm sites. Because the idea here that the placement of a wind turbine, especially the cheaper sort of fixed monopiles, they mess with sediments and they displace evidence, in situ evidence. So the disturbance by wind farm development meant here is thus a matter of ancient environmental displacement. And more contemporary literature has also engaged with this concern. For example, the recent novels Doggerland and Storiga. I think Doggerland was published in 2019 and Storiga in 2021. They think about Doggerland's ancient environmental past in relation to a future North Sea that is based on current narratives, some of the current narratives of offshore ocean energy. And without dismissing the benefits of renewable energy, the novels do critically imagine a future that is based on this concern that was raised by archaeologists. And Doggerland again informs the literary mood of these novels. For example, in the novel Doggerland, the protagonists who work on an offshore wind farm, they sort of keep finding a fragmented archive of Mesolithic tools and bones in their fishing nets, but they don't really know how to make sense of it. And in Storga, it's an approaching North Sea storm that gives a feeling of impending absence. But these novels seem to be quite relentless in refraining from offering a clear narrative setting of Doggerland to its readers. Often there seems to be no historical awareness anymore of the submerged landscape. So I suppose this is a literary imagination of the possible implications of treating the North Sea as an ahistorical space while reclaiming the ancient Doggerland, as we saw with Boris Johnson. In the novels, Doggerland's setting is not to be reclaimed, but that doesn't mean that the submerged landscape isn't there. It's sort of planetary, environmental, historical mood still informs the plot. As a concluding remark, I consider both literature and archaeological research about Doggerland underscoring the narrative promises and challenges involved in searching for or representing a prehistoric ancient landscape. And in this sense, I suppose Doggerland highlights the interdisciplinary task of ancient environmental studies and the humanities to critically pay attention on a long-term perspective to how narratives about ancient environmental pasts are constantly reworked to instantiate new ways in which humans engage with the ocean. And I really look forward to now or in the future discussing this with you and think about collaborative ways, whether we're seeking to discover or imagine environmental pasts to address these questions and concerns. Thank you for listening.
Questions? The description of Doggerland waiting for Godot makes the road. Why would you pick up that novel?
Super interesting, thank you. And as someone that drives every day alongside one of the new Doggerbank converter stations, yeah, it feels very fresh in my mind. I was just a general question really about, the issue about the turbines, breaking up the landscape. Obviously, I'm sure archaeologists are very concerned about this, but is there has there been work done or research on how communities, particularly who live along the North Sea, see Doggerland, and whether it's viewed as part of our heritage that needs protecting? What is the contemporary cultural awareness of Doggerland as a landscape?
Yeah, it's actually, that's an interesting question, and I think that's what draws me to my PhD actually in the first instance, because there seems to be a huge contemporary momentum, cultural momentum around Doggerland. Doggerland, it functions in novels, but there's also I can't really explain why, but there's a Doggerland beer, there are Doggerland walking tours, there are films, and those series. There's the series The Rig on Amazon, I think, which is also thinking about Doggerland. There are, I saw a Doggerland board game online a few days ago. So there's a lot of cultural attention. There has been a series of exhibitions, particularly in the Netherlands. And these exhibitions, they took place in ports and harbors. So for example, the port of Rotterdam, there was an exhibition about Doggerland, which also sort of illustrates to me this tension between
Doggerland and industry, right? So apparently there's an entanglement, I suppose, with discovering Doggerland and contemporary industry in the North Sea region. And I don't really know why there is such a momentum around Doggerland. Maybe it has to do with Brexit, because sort of people turn to the metaphor of Doggerland during Brexit times. I can't really explain why there's. I suppose cultural words also pick up on each other. But yeah, I think there's a growing interest in Doggerland, especially in the North Sea regions. Yeah, which is what sort of attracted me to this topic in the first place. Yeah,
some sense of like discovery as well, is there that?
Yeah, I mean it's Doggerland is sort of tied to a narrative of climate change, right? So we look at Doggerland to sort of, it's often seen and framed as a warning for the future. So I suppose there's something in that too. Yeah.
Have there been any exhibitions in the UK? You mentioned the Netherlands.
There has been an exhibition, a very small exhibition in the south of London. That was, I think it was a social scientist based at a university in London. I forgot the details, but she organized sort of community events around Doggerland. And I also must say that Doggerland really appears in contemporary illegal immigration discourse. So there are a few videos about illegal immigration that are called Doggerland, and there's not a very clear sort of reference to Doggerland, but I think naming the video Doggerland says a lot already. So I don't know if Doggerland just appears in a few, I suppose, very recent relevant political national issues in the North Sea region. Yeah.
I'm aware that we were thinking perhaps sort of semi-engaging with the final paper.
Yes, we've got Giacomo's PowerPoint, so I think at this stage I probably won't read out his whole paper, but I wonder whether we might have a look at it for 5 minutes. It's amazing stuff, so should we do that for that? Yeah.
So, thank you very much.
Okay, should we get going with this? I would do my best to ventriloquize for Giacomo. I have this paper in front of me. I know Giacomo's worked fairly well because Giacomo and I shared an office in St Andrews for a year during his postdoc, so we talked about this a lot. I'll do my best with this. Giacomo's got an amazing range of expertise. So he's an ancient historian. He's got a book coming out next year on baths and bathing in ancient Britain, but he's also a Renaissance scholar as well. He's had this project on women's bathing both in classical antiquity. So he did the first year of the project was his postdoc in St Andrews working on bathing in ancient medical writing, and then subsequently he's extended that into a Renaissance angle. So what Giacomo says to start with is, but before discussing the therapeutic baths mentioned in the title, he would like to briefly introduce the results of a conference he co-organised in Cambridge a couple of years ago, which was entitled Bodies of Water, Negotiating Urban and Rural Environments in Early Modern Europe. And he's kind of setting up some questions about water in the early modern period and possible interest to historians of ancient environments. And then in the second part of the paper, he's going to focus on his current project on the use of thermo-mineral springs to cure the female body in Renaissance Italy, and the influence of ancient sources on early modern scholars of balneology. So what you've got there is a conference in Cambridge, which he put together with a couple of co-organisers. This is being published in 2026
There's a special issue in the journal Notes and Records of the Royal Society. Big range of speakers, lots of different disciplines. So the first session, first panel of papers was on water uses and users. It addressed interactions between humans, non-humans, and waterscapes. And he's particularly picked out from this piece by Ada Arendt, quote from his paper. Ada Arendt looked at the relational dynamics of fish ponds belonging to the Bishop of Krakow at the Polish-Silesian borderlands. She's interested in what she calls the micro-history of care. She examined the more than human assemblage of actors caring for, exploiting, and managing the fish ponds, reflecting on the complex temporalities of this assemblage. I think the idea of assemblage, he says, is as a space where human and non-human actors interact with time, memories, and the senses, has great potential when dealing with historical waterscapes and bodily interactions with water, which he says he'll return to in the second half of the talk. The second session was entitled Mediterranean Cities. It was particularly on Istanbul and Naples. So Denise Karakas explored the social and cultural backgrounds of the various actors involved in constructing and maintaining Istanbul's water system. She also investigated the mobility of expertise, assessing the exchange of hydraulic knowledge between the East and the West. And then he also picks up this paper by Gaia Brunner on the technical and symbolic meanings of wells in 16th century Naples. Using a series of unpublished documents for a trial, she revealed a complex entanglement of religion, folklore, and technical knowledge that shaped how people engaged with the underworld of tunnels and systems underneath their feet. And Japan suggested this has been helpful for him in thinking about antiquity as well. And he particularly mentions J. Ingate's work, which has demonstrated, he says, that in the Roman world, water conveyed by highly engineered structures like wells and aqueducts did not lose its ritual significance, maintained profound connections to wider religious landscape. So that's the project, the conference he wanted to give you as a kind of introduction, and then he moves on to his own project here, Women and the Baths, Ancient Medicine, Pleasure and the Female Body in Renaissance Italy. This is funded by a Marie Curie Fellowship, which I don't know whether it started, but I think maybe it's just about to start in Ca' Foscari in Venice. It's a really good place to be thinking about water cultures. There are lots of others, I think, working there on similar things. And that's on women's experience of baths in Renaissance Italy, revealing their prominent role as consumers and patrons of medical treatises, as well as users of spas. Got a little introduction there on bathing in ancient medicine. And then says, despite the growing interest in women's contribution to texts and works of art during the Renaissance, little attention has been paid so far to the connection between women's agency and spas. Recent works on baths in Renaissance Italy dedicate only a few paragraphs to women within broader discussions about how to develop bathing practices. And then he introduces the two spa sites that he's interested in the paper, Bagno di Lucca in Tuscany. In particular, that's the site highlighted in... Okay, so yeah, let me try that again. Bagni di Lucca in Tuscany, known in the Renaissance for two important establishments, Bagno di Corsena and Bagno alla Villa. Okay. Unlike ancient baths or medieval bathhouses, he says, establishments of thermal springs are difficult to describe using conventional architectural vocabulary. Some of the spas in Tuscany remain to this day little more than natural pools. You can see here, he says, the springs at Bagno di San Filippo on the left, Tuscany, San Casciano on the right, featuring man-made structures dating from the Roman times up until today. Okay, next slide. Because of this continuous use, Renaissance baths are rarely preserved in their original form. Woodcuts, written descriptions of ruins are essential sources in their reconstruction. So what you've got here is two 16th century depictions of the Bagno di Corsena on the left and Bagno alla Villa on the right.
These are these two major establishments from Bagni di Lucca. The site became increasingly fashionable during the 15th and 16th centuries, attracting international clientele, including the French philosopher Michel de Montaigne, who visited Bagni di Lucca in 1581. We've got an account from his travel journal. Apparently it was helpful in curing his kidney stones. Montaigne describes the fine roads, the nearby village with a handsome square. This is a picture Giacomo took a couple of years ago while he visited the site. Not much change. The landscape is all this thick forest of chestnut trees here. This is Montaigne's description of the interior of the Bagno alla Villa. It's a covered bath, vaulted, rather dark, half as wide as my dining room, he says. And he also says, interestingly, there's another bath vaulted in the same way and dark for the women. The whole thing coming from a spring from which one drinks rather attractively situated in a hollow to which one has to go down certain steps. That's the exterior of the site today. Steps down. And this is the women's bath. It's not very big actually. It has a pool for bathing, a basin for drinking the water, modified through the centuries, but they haven't changed much. So Montaigne offers another tantalizing piece of information about the experience of female bathing in the main women's bath. On the 19th of August, 1581, he decided to postpone his visit to his bath, as he says, in order to give way to a lady of Lucca who wanted to bathe and did bathe before him. This rule is observed, and reasonably so, that the ladies may join their own bath when they please. So the other men only could use the women's baths, but women clearly had priority in some sense. Giacomo says he was hoping that letters written by women visiting Bagni di Lucca might help to reconstruct their experience, but he hasn't been able to find very much in that. So when researching women's baths, we're often left with a bare description of practices of healing prescribed by physicians with little or no evidence of the patient's emotional responses. This distorted picture reinforces what Roy Porter has called a physician-centered account of medicine. So bearing in mind this caveat, in the final section of the paper, he wants to discuss briefly two medical treatises on the various baths at Bagni di Lucca. Going to the last bit of the paper on the stage. So this slide here is a work from 1489. Is it? Sorry, maybe I'm getting that wrong, but okay, he mentions here a work from 1489, the Tractatus de Balneis Lucensis by Matteo Bendinelli. He reports a fascinating piece of local folklore. The people from Bagni di Lucca attributed the miraculous efficacy of the Corsena baths in curing paralysis to divine intervention. They believed that God had moved a blessed piscina or pool from Jerusalem all the way to Bagni di Lucca to heal the sick. With reference to gospel passages of healing. And he particularly recommends the baths for infertility, particularly effective against menorrhagia, heavy menstrual bleeding. Claims that a Florentine woman suffering from this condition was cured after 30 days of treatment. 16th century, this text is remarkably rich, Giacomo says, in sensory information. This author, Giulio Franciotti, talks about the taste and smell of the water, which he describes as ferruginous and luminous with a certain sourness. You can imagine that. He knows that heat elevates all the pores of the bathers who sweat profusely. He recommends drinking the water in the morning after purging the body with some laxative. You should drink the water hot. If this causes vomit or nausea, you can put some spices in: cinnamon, carnation, nutmeg, mace, ginger, galangal. You can even add honey if you don't like the taste. Then you should rest and sleep. You should have about 7 glasses of water a day. And in his dedication, Franciotto says he was spurred to write about the baths by the curiosity
of the sister of his dedicatee, Cardinal Cristoforo Madruzzo. So again, engagement with women's bathing there. And he stresses the heating and drying properties of the water are particularly effective to cure some conditions of the female body, including gonorrhea, amenorrhea. And then some final thoughts here from Giacomo on this notion of assemblages. He says that it's precisely the multifarious nature of the evidence, its fragmentary state, that has prompted him to use Hamelakis' theoretical framework and its notion of assemblages, which he sees as both inflexible and inclusive. In Hamelakis' view, sensorial experience is universal and cross-cultural, but the interpretations of sensorial modalities and interactions are context-specific. The senses are deeply connected with memory and feelings, together with objects and places, form what he calls sensorial assemblages. In other words, the senses can leave a potent mnemonic imprint on the body and mind of people, especially when they're confronting new sensory space. And Hamelakis identifies three key features of assemblage thinking: sensoriality, memory, and also a political element reflecting the agency behind the assemblage. And maybe finally, I'll just read out Giacomo's conclusion, 20 lines here. He says, thinking about the female bathing spaces at Bagni di Lucca, sensorial assemblages allow us to evoke their sensorial qualities. The bodies of the bathers act as catalysts in these assemblages, which included the physical space, its illumination, temperature, and humidity. Objects like towels and combs the bathers carried and used, the smell and taste of water, spices, sugary food they consumed, the gentle bubbling of the spring might have accompanied conversations, and of course the memories of previous bathing experiences. So I guess it's quite like trying to recapture the sensorial experience as far as we can, and even in the absence of detailed testimony to that. And then suggests finally, he says, I'd like to close on a comparative note that might hopefully be relevant for this group. Before working on the Renaissance during my previous project, I tried to reconstruct the bathing experience of women in antiquity. Intriguingly, I encountered a very similar phenomenon. There was no information from female bathers survives from the Roman world. I was forced to rely on medical sources like Soranus of Ephesus, Galen, but also offered physician-centered accounts of healing practices. The only exceptions were inscriptions from spas, especially from the western provinces. These suggest that it was more common for women than men to travel long distances to visit certain spas, sometimes preferring sites further afield to closer destinations. For instance, Julia Tiberina traveled over 770 kilometers from Chester to find a cure at Aachen, an important spa and sanctuary on the River Rhine. It's difficult to explain her incredibly long journey, especially considering how easier it would have been for her to visit Bath. Still, maybe she suffered a condition that only the water of Bath was thought to be able to heal. These rare fragments of information should serve as a reminder of the need to consistently recognize and highlight women's agency in relation to healing and bathing across history. So there you go, that's it.